Okay, this is kind of interesting. Let's see. All right, that looks like it's working. Hold on, let me adjust this. Sorry about the minor inconvenience. I hope. Oh, okay. Tech. It would be Rick's live stream without some kind of technical issue. What else is new, right? Let's see if I can get this up here. There we go. I hope everybody can see and hear me. I got some issues with the monitor setting in this OBS program. It's just not cooperating with me, as it never does. And then my very competent technical assistant came in to try to help me. And of course, you know who my technical assistant is. He is amazing. He can do almost anything I don't want to do. Okay, so I see that we have some people here. The question is, can you hear me? So let's see. Oh, Milton, what did you do? Okay, that actually is function. You got to have a sense of humor when you have a pet. All right. Now, I don't know if the intro worked. I mean, when I looked at it on the other device, it seemed like the scene came up, the music was playing, and hopefully it won't crash. So I want to say good morning to everybody, and let's see who we had in first. Now, let me move my monitor so I don't have to turn my head sideways. There we go. And I'll move my control panel over here after Milton has taken it out. And I see Brian says, yes, we can hear you. Well, this is great. Could it be that we might have a day when we don't have any technical issues? Oh, I shouldn't say that. As you probably know, I have blocked my assistant out of the makeshift studio, at least for a little while. I will let him back in, but I figured, for the moment, let's just let him go in the kitchen and enjoy the meat that I gave him. He is very much moving this piece of meat around the kitchen, knocking things over. What he likes to do when I feed him his food, he grabs the meat out of the dish and he runs somewhere else in the house. A lot of times he'll go in the living room. Sometimes he'll go in corners of the kitchen, and he will carry this thing around like it's something he just killed. Now, he did the same thing with my packet of powdered milk that I was using to make yogurt, and he scattered it all over the kitchen floor and the living room, which meant that, well, I had to spend extra time cleaning it up. But it wasn't lost. I actually took that powdered milk and I filtered it through a screen. Then I put it in water and I filtered it through some cloth. And I was able to actually make good yogurt for my cat out of it. And I tasted some myself and it seemed okay. So who knows? It may be a new yogurt making technique. Well, anyway, let me go ahead and say good morning, and we will do our formal to see who's here. Now, I don't have the actual count, but I do have the list of comments. And the first one that was on the list was the Feral Grandma. Now, unlike a lot of YouTube channels, I think they don't delete my early comments because I don't have a lot of subscribers. I haven't even reached the 4,000 mark yet. Maybe I'll reach it by the end of the year. But Rick's channel is not a typical channel. This is something that is more for, I think, an older generation or a younger generation that wants to be different. This is never going to be a mainstream popular channel, because even though when I do figure out how to master some of the technical issues that I've had, I refuse to use fancy animations. I'm not really against AI, but I think on my channel, we're going to try to stay away from that. Um, for people that need, the visual stimulation, they can work really well. And I have considered using AI to make music, which I think would be a pretty good use of it. But anyway, let me go back to the comments. Let's see who the next one is. And let's see. 5 a.m. too early. West Coast will be 2 a.m. Yeah. Wish I could make it. Hope still alive at 8 tomorrow. Well, that's okay. By the time that I finish, it'll probably be morning where you're at. And let's see. Okay. And Jonathan is here. Carnivore Muscle. Hey. I was very pleased to see that Jonathan is making some progress in his condition. Maybe some of the medical professionals there will start to wake up and use a little common sense and realize that he has a real problem that, one way or the other needs to be fixed. Now, you're not going to be able to fix structural issues just with the carnivore diet, but I think that the carnivore diet is one of the best ways to help you rebuild after the structural issue can be located and hopefully corrected. Now, we can see that with our friend out there who recently had a stroke and is getting back to his normal routine. And again, you don't see that very often in someone that's older, but when you're stubborn and you're carnivore, I can see where this will work. All right, let's go here. And United Carnivore also came in. And greetings from Tampa. Always good to have more Floridians here. Tampa Bay. There you go. And Terry Sue says good morning. Father of United Carnivore, good morning all from Melbourne, Florida. And good morning from Miami, Florida, the septic tank of Florida. There is no place that is a bigger toilet bowl in Florida than Dade County. Well, actually, if you're talking about high crime areas, you might think of something like Pahokee. But then again, we have Florida City down here, which is just as much of a toilet bowl, and it is in the greater Miami area. And Jiffy says, good morning, Rick and Milton. Well, good morning. Now, Milton, he's in the main part of the house. I don't have him here right now. I let him run off his energy. He's over there killing the meat that I gave him, or thinking that he is. And once he's devoured the meat and falls asleep, then he'll be ready to come in and hopefully behave. And Bacon Baby, I don't think I've seen you before. And I see you have a cat, so that is really good. And you're saying hello, and I say hello back. And look, oh no, now things have gone down the drain again. We see that Papa Carnivore, Quack HR, I think he means Quack JR, you know how these keyboards are, the keys are close together, is here. And I see 4 ducklings, so that means yes. The Quack Fest is going. And we have Beverly saying good morning, and I'm saying good morning back to you. And Booby Goats, there we go. Booby Goats, good morning from Middle Tennessee. I hope that you caught her on the Dr. Kilt's channel. Was it a couple days ago? Very interesting. And again, one of the great things about the carnivore community is that eventually all of us, even a quack like me, can become part of our group. And the fact that you're here is amazing, because I can't imagine that anybody would want to look at and listen to a total quack, a 6'6" chicken chaser and duck grabber and iguana eater searching for eggs in the morning over by the canal. Oops, there we go. I can't wait till I have my permanent studio set up. This bedroom studio, while it is somewhat effective, is not ideal. I may also do living room interviews again like I was before, since I turned the air conditioning on a couple of weeks ago. I haven't seen how much my electric bill goes up, but then again, I'm sure if we do get the hurricane that I'm expecting this year, I may be on generator power for a week or maybe 2 weeks. So what I need to do, when I get the time and the resources, I'm going to get the old generator all fired up again. I may even try to get the wood gas generator working. We know that our friend Russ Mitchell, Keto Cookout, he uses solar energy. And, around here, we're too poor for that fancy stuff. Plus, I don't have a lot of sun because my yard looks like a forest. But I do have plenty of wood waste, and I have plenty of plastic waste that I collect, and I can use that to run my generator. So that is actually a very good thing. And we see that only in Miami is Cuba so far away. Well, Miami is Cuba, Cuba Norte. It's North Cuba. So when you come to Miami, you're basically going into a foreign country. 99% of the time, whenever you see people working, they're going to be speaking Spanish. Nobody speak English. It's no habla inglés in this town. Well, I mean, some people speak English, but okay. And Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish, is here. Said good morning to Aaron. And System, yes. And you're saying good morning. And good morning to each other. And Brian says, Rick, you need to look up the Python Cowboy. He seems to get boatloads of monster iguanas. You know, there are certain areas, especially around Palm Beach County and down here, Coral Gables, you have to go to the rich neighborhoods because that's where the iguanas hang out. In the poor neighborhoods, you don't see them, probably because people eat them. I know if you go to like Little Haiti or, you know, some of the other neighborhoods where you have people from the islands, those iguanas, they end up in the kitchen. So we know island people are legendary for their unique taste. And I'm sure that seeing free food running around your yard is far too tempting. And that's important. Okay. And Lisa says good morning. Good morning. And we have a good morning back. And Josephine C. says howdy, y'all. And Rick says howdy, right on back. Hi, as you're feeling, okay? So we have the back and forth going on here. Better with using more salt. Okay. Now, I know some people do benefit from salt. I rarely use the stuff. But again, everyone's requirements are different. Okay. Had to be a very scary episode. And look who else is here. It's our friend Thomas, or as our friend Mitch says, Jersey Tom. And speaking of Mitch, Old Guy Carnivore, I have a feeling that all of us are subscribers to the Mitch Old Guy Carnivore channel. If you are not a subscriber to the Mitch Old Guy Carnivore channel, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and subscribe. And if you want a good reason to watch his channel, here it is. This is our friend Thomas. You know, now he's actually lost some body parts because of his health issues related to blood sugar, but he's been on the carnivore diet. He's getting better. And he's going to be a co-host or interview or whatever it happens to be with Mitch, the Old Guy Carnivore, tomorrow morning. So if you have the time, and if you don't, you should make it at 8:30 tomorrow, which would be about 15 minutes from this time tomorrow, then he should be on the channel. And obviously you need to watch him, but if you want to watch somebody else and you want to lower your standards, the following Sunday, you're going to see this quack on the Old Guy Carnivore channel. He invited me to go on his channel, and you know me. Whenever I get invited to go on a YouTube channel, I always say yes, because that's the way I am. I'm a total quack, and I like to go out there and quack away. I'll probably scare off a lot of people from his channel, but then again, they'll come back because everybody likes Mitch. Well, unless you're a scammer, in which case you won't like Mitch because he loves to expose the, let's just say, what's the word they use? The grifters? So Mitch is the no BS carnivore. I believe he might be the oldest of the YouTube carnivores. And he's been carnivore, 2 or 3 years? And he had a stroke. And guess what? He's up and walking again. He's getting back to his normal routine. He's going online. He's doing his morning live streams, 4 days a week? He used to be every day a week, but he's 4 days a week. And it's a great thing to listen to. I try to listen to him every time that I can. A lot of times I'm working and I can't comment the whole time. Although last time I was trying to comment and work at the same time, and they kept coming up with these silly little crown things, number 1, number 2, number 3. And for a while they were giving me number 1. I guess that must mean that's the number 1 quack on the channel. All right, so let's see. Okay, we got the hellos. And let's see. I've been able to catch my falls. I'm also going back to 2 meals a day. Okay. I like my 3 meals a day personally. And we're saying hi to Papa Carnivore. And let's see, I'm starting to hate seeing. Yeah, see, this is what I'm against. I'm not against AI being used for like background music, maybe to organize scenes, but the AI voices to me are really, really annoying. Now, you know that mine is not an AI voice because you can hear me sniffling and sometimes having to clear the throat. That is 100% real. Now, I can switch off the mic, and also, it's just a function of having allergies and living in a house with mold and mildew and working for places that are quite dirty. But I do my best to try to manage, and it's really a minor thing. I feel good otherwise. I don't have any issues. You don't see me taking any medication because I don't believe in medication for long term. I believe the medication should be a short-term thing. Let's say you get an infection that your body can't kick. Well, you take an antibiotic. Maybe you get some kind of bad reaction. Maybe you have to get cortisol or something because you got stung by a bee. Those are all good things for short term. But to take a medication regularly, to me, it just seems like a bad thing. It's almost like being a drug addict, and you have to keep getting your hit all the time to be able to live. And I think in many ways, that's something that we need to avoid. Okay, Lisa says, I actually did 3 meals yesterday. Best I felt in a while. That's like me. 3 meals a day works good. But remember, I work outside. I work pretty hard. The weather here is very hot. It's been about 95 degrees almost every day. In fact, yesterday I was doing carpentry. We were replacing fascia board, and it's been hot. And I got to do more of it today. This afternoon, we're going to try to finish up the job. But thankfully, I have the morning. Working here is worst in the morning because right now there is no air moving, and it's slowly heating up. If you want to have a free sauna, just move to Miami. It's very easy. All you have to do is put your car in the sun and then get inside of it and don't turn the air conditioning on. And you'll find out very quickly what a sauna is like. But if you want to get a slower sauna, just go outside, do some yard work. Do a few things around the house, and you'll find out exactly how much a person can sweat. Okay, so yeah, okay, BVB&E. It's probably better than the Rick diet, which is, what is it? B for beef, C for chicken, D for duck, and E for eggs, and I for iguana. So, yeah, that you probably don't want to do that one. Bacon Baby says hello from Denmark, and I say hello from Miami, Florida. My father's family settled in Miami, and yes, they are Cuban. We've had Cubans here since the beginning, even in the late 1800s, early 1900s. It's very close, but a lot of people back then, they would rather go to Cuba because Cuba actually had cities and had better living conditions than Miami, which was basically like living in the Old West in a swamp. It wasn't until later that Miami became a major city. Okay, we have these, the mornings, and I did, Rick. Aaron was great. Good. Glad you watched it. You beat me to it, Aaron. Yes. My Bacon Baby. Okay. Lisa, I didn't know you're Cubano or part Canano. Well, it must be in Cubano. How cool. Yes. And my parents sent him, my uncle. Yeah, the Peter Pan. That was in 1960. And I believe one of the places they were was the old Boys Town, the Catholic. They used to have that down south. That land was, some of it was sold to the county, and some of it was used to build a shopping center and a bunch of crappy zero lot line houses. Maybe one of these days I'll go out there and show you the location. So, like everything else in Miami, it's been developed, but I think the woodland part of it is still there. And up until, I remember in Hurricane Andrew, they still had the Boys Town over there. But sometime in the 90s, I guess they took it out, like everything else. But yeah, that was a big deal. Okay, let's see. Wow, we got a lot of comments. You got to admit, you hablo un poquito de español. Yeah, that's right. Poquito. Yeah, exactly. Bette Midler song. Probably because people eat them. That is correct. Yeah. King of the iguanas. It's like that Duck Dynasty guy. I think he recently died. I don't know. Did he have diabetes? I forget. I don't speak Spanish, Dad, and work tomorrow. Yeah. And you know, the thing is, a lot of the Cubans that came here in the 60s, this was still an American sort of half redneck, half New Yorker, half whatever town. We had a large Jewish population here. So not only were people speaking Spanish, but they were speaking that sort of, I guess, Hebrew knockoff they call Yiddish or whatever it was. So they've always had some very interesting ethnic groups down here. And we also had, believe it or not, a lot of Arabs at one time in the 1970s when a lot of these Saudis and other Arabs were coming to Florida to spend their money. But I guess now with Dubai and all the big cities they have there, they can throw their money around right there in their own native country, which I think is a really good thing. What I don't like is when people take money and they go to another part of the world and spend it and stick it to the face of the people that live there, and then that causes problems. It's better if you have money and you can spend it in your own country. I think that's ideal because that's where it actually belongs. All right, and I see the king of iguanas and ducks. There you go. And as Peter says, if you're not watching Mitch, Old Guy Carnivore channel, you're really missing out. He will be doing his next live stream tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern. Yes, and what the good thing about Mitch is that he doesn't try to butter up to anybody. He will criticize everybody equally. He was going into a very good criticism about some of the carnivore groups and some of the carnivore gurus and these carnivore documentary movies, which pretty much don't amount to anything. I know a lot of people get excited about them, but Mitch and I guess, are united in being skeptical about these movies. Because if you think about it, how many people are actually going to watch that? I think it's mostly going to be us in the carnivore community, maybe a few other people. And again, I'm not really against making a movie. I think that's great. But I think that the expectations that people have for these movies are really far in excess. And instead of spending a bunch of money on a movie, I'd rather see people spend money on one of these, like a ranch or retreat. It's like the guy, he calls himself Lash, that had all of the skin issues and he wants to get donations to set up a retreat. And something like that would be pretty good. But again, if you want to send your money to a movie, go ahead and do it. I think that everybody should have the right to donate to anybody they want to. And I really think that's a good thing. But I really do believe that the best thing that us carnivores could do would be to secure our food source. That's what I want to do. I want to get involved in the ranching and agriculture, because I think that ultimately, while movies can be interesting, maybe you spend 2 or 3 hours of your life watching the thing, I think it's a lot better to spend the numerous hours that you're going to spend enjoying delicious meats. And if you're one of those people that likes vegetables and fruits, I think you should eat them too. Because unlike a lot of the carnivore popular personalities, I believe that people should eat whatever they want. Even if you want to eat duck food and waddle around. But what I say is, if you're going to eat duck food and waddle around, I am not going to help you when you fall down or you get sick or whatever, because you put yourself in that place. It's like people that play extreme sports. I think you should have the right to do whatever you want. But if you get hurt doing it, you need to get into line with everybody else. We're not going to prioritize, fixing you up because you jumped off a building and your parachute didn't open. So that's the way I look at it. That's just me. And we have a question. Has Miami always been majority Spanish speaking, or did that change during a certain time decade? It has not been majority Spanish speaking. In fact, when I was growing up in the 1970s, Spanish was rare. And in elementary school, speaking Spanish could get you a detention. If the teacher didn't understand what you were saying, you would be on detention. And back then, if you were on detention, you would either be doing homework in school, or they'd have you out there raking leaves or, cleaning up, because the janitor that we had, he'd get the kids over there with some cleaning solution to clean off the crayons that people have written on the desk and on the walls. And, scrub the toilets and all that stuff. So that was kind of how it used to be. And obviously in school, you could also get paddled when I was a kid, although they were phasing it out at the time. The principal had a wooden paddle. It was called the Board of Education, and it had holes drilled in it. And it had like a picture of, it looked like a kid running, and it showed somebody holding a paddle, and it said, Board of Education, apply, I forget, apply when necessary or something like that. So that's very interesting. But yeah, it changed in 1980. 1980 is when the toilet handle was flushed. Castro opened the floodgates, sent all the lowlifes to Miami, along with good people. I mean, there were good people that came here, but a lot of lowlifes. And you got to remember, the Cubans that came here in 1960, they came from, well, they had issues. You had Batista, which my dad told me about because he left Cuba in the 1950s. He left before 1960. There was a lot of corruption in Cuba. So he left. He came to the United States. He went to Yankton, South Dakota to go to college. He didn't want to go to Miami because he said it was too close to Cuba. When Castro was brought into power, my dad was thinking, well, maybe things will change. So he went back to Cuba. Now, they were already living in this house at the time. So my mom and dad, they were married. They wanted to go to Cuba and see what it was like. Well, after they went there and saw what was really going on, they said no. And that was sometime in 1959. I don't remember exactly. It was around that time period. And then later on, they had the so-called revolution, and everybody wanted out, And what a lot of people did, if they couldn't get out, they sent their kids out. Now, how can that be ringing? What in the world? That does not make sense. I specifically disabled that stupid thing. Oh, okay. I'm going to have to shut that down. I'll let it ring. Who cares? I figured that if the phone acts up, that means that maybe we'll have less tech issues. Okay. But yes, 1980 is when the toilet handle was flushed, and Miami has been swirling the drain ever since, because in the 80s, there was a drug issue, but it really ramped up. You had a bunch of Cubans here. A lot of them didn't have any work. You had people that were from the jails, and they basically got together, got into the, cocaine business, and basically you started seeing the drug dealers spending money like it was going out of style, and the home invasions and the shootings, and it just turned into a complete wreck. And I think it was Time magazine or one of those magazines made an article called Paradise Lost, and then you had Miami Vice, and it was a very sort of, and then just about the time that the Miami bubble was starting to stop growing, Hurricane Andrew hit. And when Hurricane Andrew hit, it hit down south, and that's where most of the rednecks and of the longtime residents were. They just picked up and left. And once they left, then the Cubans, they started moving down south. They hit South Miami Heights. They went towards Homestead, Florida City. Now, Florida City is a disaster. Cubans going to Florida City would actually have been an improvement. But the people that are already there, it's super high crime. But they did go into Homestead. Now, Homestead is also home to a lot of Mexicans and Guatemalans. And I do work in Homestead at times. You drive around there, and you'll see they're all very short. And the funny thing about them, which I always, and I didn't realize it until recently, even when they're skinny, they all have a stomach that sticks out. None of them have any kind of muscle tone. They're just like, and it's because they eat rice and beans. And this has always been something that I can't understand why people don't recognize it. But you see this also with people from India. A lot of them tend to be out of shape. They look lean, but they all have a big stomach that sticks out. And that is something that, that I've noticed. But anyway, that's what happened. Now, again, once Miami became Latin America, then it started migrating north. After Andrew, a lot of people went to Broward County when they built all those new developments. But little by little, the Miami mentality, the whole, bubble mentality worked its way up. And now, all the way up to Palm Beach County. So all the way from Monroe County. Well, Monroe County is a funny place because the Keys still have a lot of Americans, of English-speaking Americans. And by the way, Cubans are Americans because it's, the majority of them are legal. They came here at the time when anyone that came here could become a resident, and a lot of them are now citizens. In fact, all the Cubans that I know, they are all citizens. And in fact, even though a lot of them don't speak English, they took pride in becoming citizens. So when someone in the family would take their test and become a citizen, that was a big deal. So the vast majority of them are legal, but the cultural thing isn't even that bad because when they came here in the 60s, they went to some of the neighborhoods like 8th Street that were going downhill because a lot of the older homes, people moved to the suburbs, which is out here, and they left behind those old kind of small, cramped together houses. Well, once the Cubans went in there, then they started to build their families, and they turned what was going to be, let's just say, a darker neighborhood into a more desirable one. And they provided a border between something like Overtown and Liberty City and then maybe Westchester. So they kind of filled that in. And when we had the riots in 1980, that sort of limited where the activity was. But it was very interesting. And again, I was in elementary school when this happened in junior high. And, Miami was actually kind of emptying out. A lot of people had left. They'd gone to the Carolinas. There were abandoned houses all over the place. Even in our school, we had classrooms that were never used. Once the Cuban invasion happened, then that all reversed. And then we started getting very populated. And we've been filling up ever since then. Because once Spanish became the dominant language here, this became the place for all of Latin America to pour into. Now, the one interesting thing is that we also have Creole, which is a Haitians. And you know that Haiti is just one giant mess. It's half of an island that's been in the toilet bowl for as long as anybody can remember. And every time they have some kind of revolution or political uprise, the people have to get out. They get on boats and they run to Florida. And over there in Little River, which was another neighborhood that was going downhill, the Haitians moved in. Now, since the Haitians are the same racial background as the people that were there, they kind of mixed in. But the whole Haitian thing was good because it brought that kind of Caribbean culture, and it stopped the rapid decline. I mean, obviously, Little Haiti isn't the greatest neighborhood in the world, but now you'll see the developers have gone in there and they've stuffed high-rises in there. They've been pushing the people out like they always do. But that was kind of like what happened there. I'll have to make a video series on Miami one of these days if I can ever get the time and figure out how to do it, because I can tell you stories about this place. It's been very interesting the way that it has changed. Okay, my Spanish teacher said, wow, breast cancer, we kind of all passed and didn't learn anything. I had Spanish in school too. I didn't learn anything. And Jonathan says, hey, just popping in for a minute. Okay, good. A minute is good. We're glad to have you here. And again, if you have not looked at Jonathan's channel, Carnivore Muscle, please just do it. Do it or else Jonathan will get you. And Rick the Duckman has the best live stream in the world Saturday mornings. Well, there you go. I am very happy about that. I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad that you're here. I hate people that use AI. Well, we know that Jonathan uses AI, which is fine, because he makes short and very concise videos. And it helps him. Now, remember, Jonathan, has his struggles, including autism, neurodivergent. So it's very difficult to try and, you get hit from too many angles, but using AI, you can get it in there. And it's kind of fun because he uses some interesting characters. I was laughing at the vegetables, the aggressive looking vegetables he put in there. I thought that was funny, to do it without AI would be a nightmare. You know, you have to sit there and do claymation or something, and I could only imagine trying to struggle doing that. Okay, my son says he agrees and thinks you're cool. Well, I don't know who that's referring to. I don't think it's me. And Sandra McDonald says, evening from your future. There you go. And good early day, Rick, and everyone from Canada. He walks with me, Stephanie. Good to see you. Yes, yes. I use AI. Yes, that's right. And Lori's Carnivore Story says, good morning, Rick, and all you quacks. I say good morning back. All right, I'm watching a Saturday morning cartoon after all these years. Rick Quackers of the 21st century. When I was a kid, Saturday morning was cartoon time. Now, I don't even watch TV anymore. And Peter says medicine should be only a temporary thing, short-term only. I used to take a handful of pills every day. Since Carnivore, I'm off all meds. That is great. That's what we want. You know, I think it's interesting that considering I don't have a lot of subscribers, I get a lot of comments, and that's pretty good. Yeah, I'll tell you, the weather here is rough. Rough. Okay, I'm doing my morning 5-mile walk in the South Florida sun. It's already 90 degrees and humid. Well, Peter, I would never want to walk 5 miles. I mean, I've done it before. I just don't want to. And unfortunately, the weather here is going to be horrible until maybe October. And if we get a hurricane, that's even more fun. Can you imagine? 90-plus degree weather, no air conditioning, no electricity, and you're roasting. Especially down here, people don't like trees. They cut down all the trees. Their house sits in the sun. I do all these repairs on rental units and just ripping, you know, the board off of the overhang. The heat is just pouring out of there. Now, when I work on my own house, it's not that hot because my house is covered with trees and I actually have plants growing on the roof. So it keeps my electric bill half of what it would otherwise be. My dad called it a concentration camp. Sounds like Miami. I was funny too. Somebody remembers old Richard Simmons. Let me tell you, Richard Simmons was a wacko. He's the only person I know that was fruitier than Paul Saladino. I'm drinking fat with a little coffee. I already had my cup of fatty coffee. Well, I don't know what you people like coffee so much, but hey, I heard we're having the coldest May in over 50 years. Well, you know, even down here, we didn't get the hot weather that we've been getting as quickly as we did. So we actually had a cooler April than what we've been having the last few years, but still hotter than it was when I was a kid. I want to have a meetup in Miami. Me too. Nobody wants to come here. You see all those fancy pants, you know, with their meetups, like Healing Humanity. I mean, come on. They're afraid of me. That they avoid me like crazy. I notice that Kerry doesn't respond to most of my comments unless I criticize him, in which case he does respond. So that's fine. I want to marry my butcher. Well, there you go. I hope your butcher is attractive. Free meat. There we are. Well, that's not the only meat you'll get with a butcher. And right? Yeah. Okay, you're just being a practical girl. Okay, has anyone been to the Southwest Ranchers Farm Market? Well, I have been there, but it's not in Miami. It's actually next to the church where I get vegetable oil when they have their carnival. It's like maybe not even an eighth of a mile away. One of these days, if I ever get my truck running, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to show you this place. I have no idea why Fruity Paul did not tell you where it was, but when I saw that round sign in the front, I knew exactly where it was. I went there because a friend of mine that lives near there, who lives in Southwest Ranches, he says, oh, did you know they set up a farmer's market where you can get raw milk and meat and all that stuff? I'm like, okay. I went there, I looked at the price, and I almost fell over. They were selling duck eggs for, I don't remember at the time, like $10 for a dozen, which at the time, that was a few years ago, seemed really high. And then what I did, when I left the market, I walked along the canal bank, and guess what? I found some duck eggs for free. So I was laughing about that. Now, this was a few years back. It's probably like 3 years. So I don't know how long they've been there. I think they were fairly new at the time. Do you live in Miami? Yeah, see, that's what I was going to say. Oh, my uncle still lives in Miami by the dog tracks. We don't have dog tracks anymore. They got rid of that. They turned them into casinos or developments like everything else down here. You know, my mother was also from Dayton, Ohio. That's where she came from. And she left Ohio. She wanted to get as far away from Ohio as possible. So she came to Florida and ended up living on Miami Beach, which is where she met my dad. Okay, I fell on the grocery much the other day. All right. It's Milton. Yeah, well, Milton is out of the room for the moment because he will, and I mean will, knock me offline. Take my meat and take me out to steak dinner. Okay. I don't know. That's a good question. Okay. My cat needs feeding, yes. Mine is always hungry. That's the way cats are. The funny thing about cats is that even when I try to give him food, I'll give him the exact same food I'm eating. He'll ignore it, and he'll come right up to me and stick his head into my plate. And it is a little frustrating, but you know how cats are. They always think that you're keeping the best for yourself, and you're giving them what's not great. Yep, he pops up on a lot of the lives, doesn't he? Okay. We're all very short, Rick. Yeah, you know, that's a relative term. Okay. That's right. That sounds like a Disney thing. Watch your kids. Yeah, there you go. I mentioned that earlier. That's good. Dance on dating and get lost. Okay. Relationship begins with sex. Unless you're Rick, who is asexual. Talking about marriage. I'm talking about just a fun dinner. You right? Okay. You're never too old to have some fun time, especially when you have a souped-up testosterone from eating a carnivore diet. Isn't that right? Dayton looks so sad every time I visit. Hey, even Miami looks sad. It's like a hoarder house. It's so packed. It's terrible. Yep. See, that's it. You know, and a lot of the Cubans that I know, they get mad about illegals, especially when people have the chance to become citizens and they don't do it, and then they cheat. They like to cheat food stamps and Medicaid and all that other nonsense. Yeah, develop relationship first. Wham bam, thank you, man, is not my speed. Well, that's good. Dayton is very sad. All the drugs. Every place is full of drugs. Go to any nursing home and you'll see how many drugs people are taking. Just loves Carnivore. Oh, well, good. Your brother started Carnivore. Well, maybe that was because of your influence. Let's see. Dated my girlfriend 5 or 6 times over a couple of months. I guess he means months. Before anything intimate happened. Before that, it was just dinner dates and a nice kiss. Then a makeout session on the last date. Okay. I guess everybody likes dating except for me. I'm in Kettering too. Oh, yeah, a couple of months. That's what I figured. I wish my brothers and children would do Carnivore. I wish they would too. It is a small world. Keep living by example. We need a meetup, yes, but they keep ignoring us. Now, if I wasn't so poor and distracted, I would try to organize one, but I can't afford to eat out. I can barely afford to live because all my money goes to the government in property tax. So until I get a better income source or get the heck out of here, I'm not going to be able to set up anything. My Carnivore, okay. My buddy ordered an all-American Grand Slam. Tried ordering a Wham Bam Thank You Man for breakfast at Denny's once. The young waitress did not find it amusing. I'm surprised they still have Denny's. Good day from Miami. I'm not a carnivore. I watch Rick for his unique perspective. Well, you know what? You don't have to be a carnivore to be here. I welcome vegans as well. And if you're a vegan and you're local and you like tropical fruit, come on down to my house because when they're in season, you can choose everything from avocados to mangoes to loquats to bananas to guavas to whatever you want. It's all here. I have Everglades tomatoes And sometimes I grow seasonal vegetables like cabbage and celery. So, okay, hey, maybe Rick's carnivore ways will rub off on you. Maybe not. Maybe when you see what a quack I am, you'll say, oh my goodness, I'm going to be a vegan. You know, I don't want to be some skinny, wacko, whatever. And Jeff Strezlik says, good morning, duckies. Good morning, carnivores. And I say good morning from Rick. Glad to have you here. Sandy Blythe, okay. And Peter says, did you solve Cure Milton's flea problem? I think I did. I've been putting diatomaceous earth, and I actually gave Milton a bath, which we don't want to talk about because it was, let's just say, it was like putting a Cuisinart in the bathtub. Thankfully, I didn't get scratched. Milton made some noises that I didn't even think a cat could make. And I think he got even with me by tearing up my kitchen, but what else? I noticed drug use being very common amongst the commoners these days. Ribeye is my drug. I see that too. And between the people snacking all the time, the energy drinks, and all the other drugs, I can see that there is definitely a problem. And Ketone Seeker says, I like your style, Rick. You're very entertaining. Well, I appreciate that. I figured I would bore people to no end. But evidently, there are people like you that have good taste and like to go to my channel. I'll be flying down to Miami at some point in the near future. I've always wanted to drive the US 1 all the way to Key West to visit the Mel Fisher Museum. I have never been there. Honestly, I haven't been to Key West in so long, I forgot what it's like. The furthest I've been, well, obviously I go to Key Largo a lot, but I would say Marathon is about as far as I've been in the last 10 years. Maybe one day, who knows. And Lori's Carnivore Story says, I can't wait to make more heart attack chicken later today. It's my new obsession. It can be quite addictive. I have heart attack chicken pretty much every day, and I still look forward to it. In fact, I'll be having it today for lunch. I went a few days without it because the price of chicken went up, but then pork shoulder was very cheap, 69 cents a pound. So I was eating pork shoulder for lunch, and that's good. The thing about pork shoulder, I only like it when the fat is still on it, and I prefer to slow cook or just steam the pork. I don't like it barbecued. I'm not a big fan of pork on the grill. I mean, pork chops, whatever. It's a little too tough for me. I normally cook pork in water, and I'll add additional fat if it needs it. Maybe I'll adopt Rick's duck strategy for all the local geese. Well, there you go. If you have a goose problem, all you got to do is get yourself some bread and a net, and when nobody's looking, grab that goose. If they start honking, grab them by the mouth, bring them into a place where you can take care of them. And what I always say, once you've eaten it, there's no evidence. The goose has been cooked. That's an old saying. 2 coin earrings and 2 coin necklaces bought in 1998. Can you describe the tallow heating procedure and time to cook for heart attack chicken? Yes, I can. I've made videos on it, but it's actually quite simple. Now, it depends on where you get your tallow from. If you're a smart man like Peter at Papa Carnivore, he goes to his local Bravo supermarket and he bought a load of fat that they were going to throw out. And you put it into a crock pot or other slow heating pot, and you simply cut the fat in pieces and let the tallow run out. It comes out as a liquid, and then you can strain it and you can keep it handy. Now, I keep mine in the refrigerator. It's basically a block. All you have to do, get the pot that you're going to cook the heart attack chicken in. Now, some people use a pan, but if you're going to pan fry your chicken, it's more work and it's more mess because the moisture in the chicken will get into the tallow when it's hot, and it'll boil and scatter tallow all over your kitchen. If you want to do it the smart way, you get a deep pot and you collect enough tallow to put in the pot, maybe halfway up. Then you turn on the heat slowly, throw your tallow in there, and let it start to melt. As the tallow melts, you crank the heat all the way up. Depending on how powerful your stove is, now I use a gas stove. I actually produce my own gas from biogas. But if you use an electric stove, it may work a little differently. You want to heat it up till it turns liquid. And you don't want to go to the point where it starts to smoke, because that means that you have overheated your tallow and you're destroying it, and you'll probably even burn your house down if you don't do it right. So I would say maybe heat it up till it's about 300 and maybe 350 degrees, and then dunk your chicken in there. Chicken legs, chicken thighs. I generally don't use white meat because white meat is one of the worst parts of the chicken, unless it's parking lot chicken, in which case it is really good. So the secret, get the tallow hot. It melts. It looks like an oil, you know. So tallow is hard when it's in the refrigerator. It turns to an oil-like substance. And then all you have to do, get it up to 350 degrees or 360, depending on how you like it. The smoke point, I think, is 400 degrees. If your tallow starts to smoke, you're way overheated. And if it gets to that point, do not, and I repeat, do not put the chicken in there until it starts to cool down. Now, if you have an electric stove, you may do it, but that chicken's going to boil the water so quickly it's going to overflow and tallow is going to run everywhere. If you have a gas stove like me, the tallow can catch on fire, and then you have a kitchen fire that you have to put out. If you always want to keep a lid that is the right size to put on the pot. Let's say that if your tallow ever overheated and it caught fire, place the lid on top of it, the fire will go out very quickly, and then you have to let it cool down. Now, if you've smoked your tallow, you've reduced its life, it may have been ruined, but try to keep it under 350 degrees, and then put the chicken in there. And if you can have the chicken float in the tallow, that's best. If you're a little bit less tallow, at least you can get the chicken halfway up. And then every 5 minutes or so, walk by the pot, look at the chicken. If it seems like it's not cooking on the top, flip it over. And then that way you can get your chicken to cook on all sides. Do not put the lid on. If you put the lid on, the moisture that is evaporated from the chicken will condense on the lid, run back into the tallow, and steam up again, and that will lower your temperature. And it will also cause your chicken to become soggy. So you need to take the lid off. If you are afraid of your precious kitchen getting dirty, simply get an aluminum screen and lay it on top of the pot, and then that way any tallow that may escape will stay in the pot. Now, unlike vegetable oil, tallow does not oxidize easily. So if you do have tallow escape the pot, it is very easy to clean. You can use standard like Dawn soap if you have it. Or if you're like me, you just use washing soda, which is sodium carbonate. You put it on there and then you put a little water and you scrub it. It takes it right off. And the great thing about the tallow is that it will prevent your metal from rusting. It is not sticky. It is very easy to clean, and it remains, fairly stable. So you're not going to have a stinky kitchen. Now, if you go into almost any ethnic kitchen, for example, we used to call it the Latin kitchen, the Cubans, they always used vegetable oil. Traditionally, though, they use lard. And I don't know why the Cubans in Miami all use vegetable oil. But traditionally, in Cuba, they use lard. And I don't know why they switched to vegetable oil. But if you get any stoves or other kitchen equipment from a Cuban household, it's going to be so sticky and so dirty. And it's just terrible. And the funny thing is they try to clean the kitchen to make it look good for what you can see. But that nasty oil gets behind everything. So when you have to do a remodel, it's always a filthy mess. All right, and Peter had a question. How much tallow do you put in the frying pan when you make heart attack chicken? Well, first of all, I don't use a frying pan because it is far too messy and it's far too much work. If you're going to use a frying pan, you need to put at least 3/8 of an inch of beef tallow to be able to get the frying. But you're going to have to constantly keep turning the chicken so that it fries every side. If you're smart, you'll save enough tallow and you'll use a pot like I do in my videos. Will a vintage 70s crock pot be sufficient for heart attack chicken? The crock pot is used to render the lard or tallow. You cannot cook in the crock pot because it doesn't get hot enough. Crock pot barely gets to maybe 250 degrees. And also the crock pot is ceramic, and when you heat it up hot enough, you have to have a much bigger heating element. Now, if you do a lot of frying, you might want to buy a deep fryer. Now, I do own a deep fryer, although I generally don't use it because it's too much work to clean it. But a pot is the way to go because it's the easiest to clean. Now, what type of pot should you use? You can use stainless steel or cast iron. If you use stainless steel, you're going to have to use a grate, a piece of metal on the bottom, to keep the chicken from sticking to the bottom of the pan. If you use cast iron, you can generally just put the chicken inside and it will not stick because the heat is distributed evenly in cast iron versus the relatively thin stainless steel. I will be using beef tallow collector for burger cooking. That's a good way to go. I cook my eggs in that, and I do fry some of my meat, although generally I use lard because it's easier to get pork fat, and that's the way I do it. And Sandy fries her heart attack chicken in lard, and that's the way I normally do it. Rick, do you save and reuse the tallow? Yes, I do. As you use the tallow, it will start to darken because of the little bit of oxidation that takes place. All I do, I use a strainer to strain off the bits of whatever came out of the chicken. I dump that into a pot, and then if I want to strain it some more, I'll take a paper towel and place it in the strainer and then pour it through when it's hot. That will remove more of the fragments. When you put it in the refrigerator, the remaining fragments or other particles will go to the bottom because they're water soluble. So when you take out the tallow again, you can simply scrape the bottom off of your tallow and it'll be relatively pure. Now again, the tallow does darken and it also becomes softer because even when you use these, the animal fats, you still get a combination of trans fats and some unsaturated fats. Now remember, not all animal fat is saturated. There is monounsaturated. Thankfully, there's no polyunsaturated, but it does break down over time. Once the lard or tallow becomes sort of a light brown color, I don't use it anymore, but I don't throw it away. I normally use it to make a hand cleaner. It's sort of like the poor man's version of Gojo. If you do a lot of mechanical work like I do, or even working with paint and roof cement and all that, you can use this as a hand cleaner. It works very, very well. And what you do, you simply put your hands in it, and then you rub it around. Now, if you look at my hands, you can see that they are not extremely cracked or dirty, even though I work regularly with mechanical items, and I never wear gloves. I don't wear gloves because I don't like them, and it's too hot. And the one thing about me is that if I cover up my arms or hands, they sweat a lot. Now, thankfully, my legs and feet are not like that. So I wear pants all the time, except when I'm around my house, because I'd like to go outside with shorts so that I can be exposed to the sunlight. But, unless the weather's cold, in which case, yes, I could wear the gloves, but I live in basically a hot box, so it's not happening now. I do use the rubber gloves when I work with chemicals or anything like that. But again, I try to do all that work in the so-called wintertime. And Sandy Blythe says that she fries in a Dutch oven. Yes, a Dutch oven is a big cast iron pot, and as long as you don't put the lid on it, it makes good frying cookware. Lori's Carnivore Story says Rick would also make a great husband with all his cooking knowledge, and you are probably right about that, except Miami women are unsuitable for mates. So I have chosen to remain single because Miami is probably the worst place to be able to find someone to marry. A lot of it comes down to the cultural differences, but also the extreme materialism and just very disagreeable personalities. That, along with the lack of physical beauty, because most of the people in Miami are either very obese or they have had, let's just say, surgical They think it's enhancement. I think of downgrades. They've had surgical downgrades. So when your rear end is that big, it's a pretty good chance that it is not a natural condition. Okay, so it looks like we have caught up with the comments. So let me switch the scene over here. And there I am to ruin your day. Okay, why is this so high? Sorry about that. We have a bit of Milton madness this morning. Now I'm going to go ahead. I think that the audio has been good. I am going to remove the headphones and hopefully get a little more relaxed. Now, what's been going on in the world today? Well, there's been a lot going on. And I generally do not waste my time with political nonsense. But I have seen several videos about, well, some of these people that they're talking about the whole health thing. Why does my camera look blurry? Oh, Milton must have put his paws on it. Hold on. I don't know. That doesn't seem to improve. This webcam was given by one of my viewers that has been on my channel, and I think it's improvement as to what I've had. But what can you do? Oh, we have some more comments here. Keeping those prospects open a year. Well, there you go. When you switch view, did the volume go up? It might have. I don't know. Let me double check here. Milton has a very interesting way of messing with the settings. I try to keep it under the maximum. Okay. Would you ever consider dating a foreign woman? A lot of Western men are turning to Southeast Asia. Probably not. I mean, first of all, I hope I don't offend anybody, but I don't find Asians physically attractive. They just don't have the kind of diversity that I would like. They all have black hair. They tend to be short. They just don't strike me as being anything different, you know. Plus, the people I know that have Asian wives, I know a couple of them, they can be a bit demanding. They may start off humble, but after they've been here for a while, it doesn't take long to become materialistic. And that's kind of one of those things. My mojo is returning after almost a year on Carnivore. I hate to say it, but I don't think I've ever experienced that myself. It went down when it switched back. Okay. Mic sounds pretty saturated. That's weird. But then again, you know, once you've had your cat dancing around on the keys, then who knows what he did. Now, let me check the audio. Okay. If I turn that down, let's see, that should sound much better, I would hope. I have no idea why the video is so blurry from what I can see, but I don't know. Hopefully in the future, I'll get my hands on a better webcam. I don't know why it was good before. This is what really I can't understand. Oh, well. Anyone let me know what they think about the way the microphone sounds? That's fine. Okay. And Thomas says, I'm sitting outside. Pretty cold today. I just, outside and cold just doesn't go where I'm at. I can't remember the last time it was cold down here. It's got to be decades. I know when I was a kid in 1977, it snowed, but we just don't get cold weather here anymore. And the other problem is there's so much development here. it just doesn't even get cold at night anymore. I mean, it would get into the 70s at night. Now it stays in the 80s at night. If it wasn't for my air conditioners, I don't think I could sleep. It's absolutely terrible. Okay. Yeah, I saw that on the news. Microphone is good. Can't say this thing for modern cars, though. Now, you know, I hate new cars. That's the other thing. It's very difficult for somebody to market to me because all the things that I like are no longer made. So that's why if I have a new house, I have to build it myself. If I want a new car, I'm going to have to restore some old piece of junk. And I'm sick and tired of living in a world where nothing appeals to me. And that's one of the things that I think is something I've had since I was a kid. It always seemed like whenever I liked something, they had to get rid of it. It's like down here in Miami, you know, all the places I used to like to go to, they're gone or they've been remodeled to be unrecognizable. Everything now is black, white, and gray boxes. That's pretty much what everything has become. And I think that's pretty stupid. It's just basically a lack of imagination. This is what happens when you have a corporate world which is controlled by big money from central banks that is created out of nothing. That's basically the world we live in. What people consider to be high-end style, I consider to be garbage. That's just me. What happened to global warming? It's all here in Miami. Global warming has all come here because that's the way it is. Now, it is making me worried because when northern areas are getting this much cool weather and we're this hot, that's a really bad sign for our hurricane season. It's only a matter of time because, you know, this area, in my opinion, is the #1 hurricane bait. And they've actually primed themselves for even more destruction because they built a ton of high-rises. And one thing that I've discussed with some people I know, they are trying to convince me that the high-rises are going to be safe because they have impact windows that won't break and the hurricane won't affect them. But I try to explain to them having windows that don't break is actually a bad thing because the taller you make a high-rise, the more wind pressure is being put on it. And with the corrosion and the extreme conditions that the foundations have to take on right now, imagine all that force being put on a building in a Category 5 hurricane with winds over 150 miles an hour. How many newtons of force are going to that foundation? That building is going to be like this. Because in a hurricane, you have the wind blowing one way, and as the storm goes inland or off, it goes the other way. So you're basically putting all this pressure on a building. The best thing that could happen is that the windows blow out and the wind goes through. But of course, if that happens, now you have water on all the drywall and all the cheap stuff inside. Everything will be ruined. So either way, high-rises are going to be a very expensive failure. It's only a matter of time. And that's pretty much what they've done here. Plus all the development. There's no place for the water to go. The groundwater will fill up relatively quickly, and it's just going to be bad. And then the power grid, that's another thing. When that goes down, and after a hurricane, all that hot air pours in. Can you imagine all the people living here with no electricity? How many people have a generator? And where are you going to get the fuel for your generator? How many people keep 4 or 5 months of fuel in reserve like I do? Not many. How many people are used to cooking for themselves? How many people have food stored up? Not many. So I have a feeling that when this place does get hit by a hurricane, hopefully I won't be living here, but I have a bad feeling I will be. It's going to be an epic disaster. It's going to be something that people forgot about. We already went through it in Hurricane Andrew, but it didn't hit the downtown or the popular areas. So it's only a matter of time. And think about, for example, Sunny Isles Beach, which is a garbage pile now. Back then, it was still 2- and 3-story motels, and the storm didn't even hit. Imagine with all the high-rises they have now, the overpriced piece of crap high rises that idiots from Europe and South America have bought, and Canada and all the other dumb places that people throw money around. And that's what happened. Okay, when getting a flu, how many days are you forced to lay in bed, if any? If you're asking me, I don't lay in bed when I get a flu. Normally when I get the flu, I do whatever I can. I just work at a slower pace, and I try to spend most of my time outside. Now, the only time I lay in bed is if I'm really, really sick, and that may only be for a few hours. Because again, if I'm dizzy and can't walk around, I'm not going to go outside and risk passing out. But thankfully, that doesn't happen very often. Let's see. And Making Baby said audio was fine. That's good. And my son married 3 Japanese, last one 20 years. She's submissive. My son can be a bully. Okay. Well, I guess it depends. Now, Japanese, they tend to be sort of Americanized. They are more civilized than some other countries. I know people, and again, it's all a matter of personal taste. You know, perhaps people prefer the short gals. I know most of the tall guys prefer short women. I don't. I would say taller is better. That's just my opinion. If they made girls that were 6'6", I would definitely want to meet them. But you don't see that. You know, you see maybe 5'6" or maybe 4'6" in Miami. I don't think I've ever seen shorter people than you see down here. There's nothing wrong with short people. I'm just saying it's a preference. Now, why? Okay, here we go. My comments. Okay, there we are. My friend who lives in South Florida says 20 years ago you could open your windows in the wintertime, but I guess global warming or something. That is correct. You can still do it now, but only lasts for a day. There were only 2 days this year that I didn't have to use air conditioning to sleep in this room. 2 days, that's it. We used to get 2 weeks of pretty cold winter. In fact, when I was a kid, it used to get so cold that trees would, somewhat die back. We even had coconut trees and banana plants die because it was so cold. They used to freeze down here. It doesn't anymore. All the old houses here had fireplaces, unless they were really poor, in which case they had a wood stove. But yes, the schools used to have radiators that would hang from the ceiling. They don't do that anymore. There's no need. It just doesn't get cold anymore. Part of it, of course, is development. Development here has gotten so extreme that causes the nighttime temperatures to stay higher. The nighttime temperatures here are 10 degrees hotter than they were before development. Because what happens with development, you have all these paved surfaces and buildings that hold the heat. And the air that would normally come from the Everglades can't make it here. It stays hot. Now, if you go in the Everglades, it is cooler at night. But, of course, it's buggy as well. Right? And retired Rick is also here. Quack, quack. Quack back from Rick. I see you had a live, what was it, yesterday? I forget what it was, but when I clicked on, you were just logging off. So, I don't know. I can never keep up. Yes, he's up. Really wet May, more like old April's. Our May was super dry, and it's still dry. It's supposed to rain today. It was supposed to rain yesterday. It hasn't rained a drop. I have to go outside and fix my sprinklers again. I broke one. Milton was running around the yard chasing lizards, and when I was trying to chase him, one of the sprinkler heads were popped up. I stepped on it and broke it. So, excuse me, I'm going to get another one. Those stupid rainbird pop-ups, they like to stay up for some reason. But it's like $2.50. No big deal. Been up since 6:30 Central Time. Half a pot of coffee. Okay. Sometimes I get up earlier than other days. Morning, Booby and Lori. I read that El Nino is expected the second half of this year. Maybe it started early. Well, if El Nino is expected, we would normally be getting rain. And if we do that, we don't get a hurricane. Because the El Nino tends to push the hurricane south of us or to the east. But the La Nina year, when it tends to be hotter and drier, that's when we're in Hurricane Alley. That's what happened in 92 with Hurricane Andrew. That was one of our least active years, and of course, Hurricane Andrew It's memorable. Let's put it that way. Okay. Overseas. Funneled into using airplanes. I wish there were other realistic, feasible options. Well, I guess there's cruise ships, but I don't know. Couldn't sleep until 4, woke up at 8. Well, you got some sleep. 9.5 hours last night. You know, sometimes I get more sleep than other days. So you went fishing. That's good. Japanese daughter, I was 5'6". Yeah. About 6 or 7, nothing real big. Well, at least it's some fish. That's funny. There you go. I'm up. 6 a.m. California time. Let's get the day going. I'm 5'4", average size man. Taller than me, Sandy. There you go. I can't imagine what the AC bill is on those mansions and McMansions. I can tell you. I know people that I've done work for that have an electric bill of $1,200 a month. Yes, $1,200 a month on a McBox. That's almost as high as their property tax. I'm 5'8". There you go. The same height. I'm 5'11". My son is 6'6", just like me. Hope he's a carnivore, but who knows? The giant. Yeah, I feel like I missed so many lives, but today I work at 1 p.m. Well, you know what? I know what you mean. I can't keep up with all of them. I'm starting to get to the point where I don't even bother anymore. Another thing I would want a woman is someone who is carnivore. I have nothing against other women, but I don't want to have to argue about doing something when I know this is right. That's a good point. Yep. I think me too. Yeah, right? My girlfriend is 5'6" tall. I'm 6'3". When she wears her high heels, the height differential is just right. Well, there you go. I'm still in bed, getting up now. Oh, okay. Morning, Tanya. I'm only 5 feet rounding up. Agree, Thomas. He has to be a carnivore keto. That's right. Well, anyway, I would think that anyone who is a carnivore would want to be around carnivores. You probably wouldn't want to be around vegans because the vegans are constantly farting all the time, and then they're always complaining about something because every vegan I know, they have mood swings. And when things go wrong, then you have to endure the endless rant. And you're like, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. I'm going to go out there and feed the ducks. You have your meltdown. Must be Florida. Another 95-degree day. My oldest son is 6'2". Okay. Wow. I can't imagine you being that old. That's just crazy. Ricky Lee says, good morning, Rick. And I say good morning back. And growing. Yes. And as a carnivore, probably be another 6'6", like the tall quack. No one listens to me down here. Vertically challenged. Good morning, carnivore peeps. And I say good morning back to you. Vegans farting. Yes, it's, believe me, that and all the trips to the toilet. It's just very funny when they have to go. It's like, I got to go now. Okay. And then they spend a long time in the bathroom. That's the funny thing. Somebody that has to go that bad and then spends like, I don't know. Just adding occasional onions to my ground beef has brought horrendous farts. That's strange. Let's see. That's something you want to avoid then. I don't miss the toots. Beans, a magical fruit. The more you eat them, the more you toot. Munchkin land. In the tropics, I use combo fan of AC. I don't like to use a fan, and I hate ceiling fans. I really do. So, I don't know. 5'11", And he was 5'3", and she wanted to wear 8-inch heels. He looked so sad. Told him, that's funny. You know, I know the short guys always complain that they can't get women. And I had a friend, he was 5'9", but he was extremely good looking. He used to work out, look really great. And he kept complaining he couldn't find a girlfriend. I'm thinking, but the girls are shorter than you. Wouldn't they want to have somebody who's attractive rather than some fat, ugly, whatever? But evidently not. Evidently they like the tall guys. So I said, well, at this point, if that keeps up, you may have to start dating the other guys at the gym, because if the women are going to treat you that way. Now, thankfully, he did find a girlfriend and got married. Trouble is, after he got married, then he got fat. So I guess that was all for nothing. But hey, at least he got what he wanted. How do people live to be 92 and not carnivore? I hear that from my lady friend who thinks I'm not doing carnivore. Well, I mean, you could think about Ansel Keys. Well, he wasn't really vegan, but, you know, he lived, to his 90s? And wasn't there, what about that wacko Kellogg? How long did Kellogg live? I think he lived close to 100. And he was over there getting enemas and all that other nonsense. There are vegans that live into their 90s. Yes, it can happen. But it's a combination not just of diet, but lifestyle. So if you have a relatively low-stress lifestyle and you have good relationships with people, you're probably going to live longer, even if you eat a bunch of plant material. And I don't think you have to be carnivore to live a long time. I do believe that carnivore lifestyle is good for some people. It works for me. But I think for a lot of people, you know, maybe the meat-based keto, like my friend that's an ex-vegan, that might be the way to go. I do believe that full vegan is the worst possible diet. Well, with the exception of the duck food diet. But I do believe that it doesn't really matter, because if you have the perfect diet and you still live under bad conditions, you're stressed all the time, you deal with difficult people, you're still not going to live that long. And I think the people that try to live the longest are the ones that die first. I used to think farts were fun and funny, but I'm glad they're gone for better health. I'll find fun elsewhere. Well, there you go. Says eating BBB is going to kill me probably. You're going to die anyway. You don't have to eat VBBE. The main thing is, how do you feel? Since you're going to kick the bucket anyway, would you rather be waddling, quacking, farting, feeling like crap? Or would you like to feel good, healthy, strong, and then one day you just kind of fall over with that big old heart attack? And that's good. Hate ceiling fans too. Yeah, I don't like them. You try to comb your hair and then bam, it hits your hand. Not a good thing. Right? My grandma lived in 95, not carnivore, just stay clean. She didn't start losing her mind until 94 years of age. She also had hip problems, had to have hip surgery, and I guarantee she was in pain. It happens. Farts are funny for sure. Well, they're not funny when you're in the elevator and somebody lets the fart loose and you're just waiting for the door to open. That's just not that fun. Yeah. Have you seen these new mini-split central air units? Senvo makes a 4-ton central air mini-split for $3,500. Some reviews say you can install them yourself. Well, I got a mini-split for free that I pulled out of a job because it made noise, and the other one I think was $350. That's the one that I have here in the bedroom. And I think this one's actually built out of used parts, but brand new was $350. And then you just have to buy a set of gauges for $40 or $50, or a yard sale if you can get it cheaper. A vacuum pump for $100, and learn a little bit. The unit comes with refrigerant already in it. All you have to do is run your lines, maybe buy a flaring tool to put the line together. It's not that hard to do. And you could do that. Now, they do sell those Mr. Cool systems that have pre-charged lines, but They're more expensive. They're probably double the price of what you could get cheap. So that's kind of what I do. Now, I do everything myself. I don't pay anybody to do anything. So that's my way of doing it. I'm out of cream. I see that the children of Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen are noticeably shorter than their fathers. That's interesting. Well, a lot of those basketball players, they get tall because they have some thyroid issues, or they get, I think it's thyroid issue, and they get a production of growth hormone. So if that's the case, genetically the kids may be shorter. Plus, a lot of tall guys, they marry short women, so the kids will tend to be a little bit shorter. That does happen. Being tall is pretty rare, and although it has some advantages, it actually comes with more disadvantages. Tall people have a lot more health issues than normal-sized people, from what I can see, including joint pains, especially back trouble. That's common. A lot of tall people have breathing issues. They tend to have, there's just a lot of problems. Thankfully, I don't have any of that because I don't think I was genetically tall. I think I became tall because of my whacked out carnivore diet. Okay. Pharaoh Grandma saying good morning again. Good morning. Morning, Wendy. Okay. Yeah. He got blasted. Worker walk right fast. Yeah, you get the nasty farts. When you yourself are, your eyes are watering, the fart is really bad. I hope there's a hell and Ansel Keys is there. You never know. I don't know. I would tend to question whether he did that on purpose or he actually thought he was doing something good. Yep, no coffee here, just ice water. Okay. Told everybody what is going on here. All right. June 1st, BBB challenge. Leave me alone. No cheese. Well, there you go. I'm giving up dairy for June. I never give up dairy. I'm going to continue to make and eat my yogurt as much as I want, even when Milton tries to wreck it for me. When I was on the SAD diet, I would go to the bathroom 1 to 2 times a day and fart a lot. Or I would suffer with constipation. Terrible. Now I poop only every other or third day, usually, and poops are small. Okay. Well, I poop every single day, at least once a day, sometimes twice, usually once. But what I like about the carnivore diet is that I can choose when to go. If I'm working and maybe it's 2 or 3 o'clock and I feel like I could go, I can simply hold it and wait till I go home. So the great thing about the carnivore diet is being able to control the poop. Now, when you're on the plant-based diet, which I tried for a while, as soon as you feel that I got to go poop, you have a total of 15 minutes to find a pooping spot, or you will be pooping where you don't want to. And that's just one of those things. All right. Yep. Ceiling fans blow. You are right about that. This blows. Okay. Put my cheese in the freezer for later. Well, there you go. Okay. What was the question? I don't see it. Did I miss something? That's a no then. Oh well. Okay, that was about the air conditioner. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen those specifically, but I definitely The regular ones work fine for me. I've always found them easy to install, and a lot of times I will take them apart to clean them. I've actually made videos of that as well. Okay. What's for breakfast? Well, I had some ground beef and some duck eggs. Ruby goats, eggs, and bacon. Last of my cheese as we speak. I'm not going to buy any more for a while. Well, there you go. If you do it yourself, where do you get refrigerant without EPA certification? Well, the unit generally comes with the refrigeration already in it. So there's enough refrigerant in the unit to, when you install the system, you simply open the valves and that's it. Now, if you need to get refrigerant, sometimes you can find it at the flea market, or you just know somebody that's in the air conditioning business and you get it that way. Also, the local, refrigerant supply over here, if you happen to know somebody, they'll sell it to you anyway and nobody cares. So there's always ways of getting your hands on it. Or you can simply take the test, which isn't that hard, and you do what I do. You get the certification because you say that you're in agriculture and you do your own service, and then you can get it that way. So it's not that hard to do. Now, with the used system, let's say you're going to use an old R22 based system and you're adventurous, you can also use propane. It's not recommended, but it does work. And if you have an old R12 system, butane works just fine. I drove my truck around for years with butane in the air conditioning system. Probably not a good idea if you like to smoke, though. That could turn into an instant disaster. All right. Nice me too. First meal is always around noon. Okay. Truffles and bacon. There you go. No sausage today. Okay. It helps us that you're tall, Rick. Who else can tell us it is going to rain? All right. That's something I hadn't thought about, but you got a good point. Love chaffles. Been a while since I had them. I do put sugar-free syrup on my chaffles. Okay. I never understood the whole syrup thing, but hey, people like it. Occasional amount of AC. With less than clean units. I clean my air conditioners pretty regularly. Usually after 6 months they get a spray cleaning, and once a year they get disassembled. I turn off the air conditioning to the house when we get our first cold front around October, and I don't turn it on usually until May, which is what I did this year. The bedroom air conditioner runs pretty much every single night. And that's it. Okay. There you go. Heart attack buns are actually similar to that. I've recently tried the no toilet paper diet. It has been a glorious transition. I'm not sure what that is, but I don't use toilet paper either. I use water and soap. I find toilet paper to be revolting. The idea of spreading feces around with paper just doesn't make sense to me. You wash your hands, why can't you wash your rear end? There you go. You might get some wild weather over there. Magnesium mallee powder from around dinner time. Helps me sleep and drop a huge log by morning. Well, that makes sense, I guess. I always laugh and cry when I don't know, Aaron. A lot of people don't know. Even doctors don't know who he is. I gave my waffle iron away before Carnivore, and then I watched an Aaron video. Dang. There you go. I have one in a box still from my mother. I never use that stuff. I get the mini waffle iron. Wish I could get a bigger one. I got to see what size that one I found is. Have a great day, everyone. Have a great day. Glad you were here. Bye, Jeff. Okay. I have the mini too. Beef back ribs, a stick of butter, and a can of sardines. There you go. Waffle iron. It was on sale for $12.99. Stop by a Goodwill and see if they have any. The Goodwill here just has a bunch of clothes. Get mine back from the Goodwill. Bacon and eggs on the barbecue with my son and his housemate. That was amazing to hang with. It was a beautiful morning till the rain came. Even had a fire pit going. Well, there you go. It's great. Your waffles are huge. Okay. Oh, we need rain here too. It just doesn't seem to be coming. I know there's a cold front working its way through the states, so we'll see. But we just haven't had our rainy season start. That's a bad sign for hurricane season. Good morning, Rick and Quacks. I had to wait for a long commercial about surfboards before I could skip. Didn't used to have commercials on your channel. That's weird. I guess some of the videos they monetize and some of them they don't. I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm supposed to be monetized, but I think in the entire year I have had a grand total of $3.50. So if the monetizing thing doesn't pay any money, doesn't even pay for the internet, maybe I'll just find a way to turn that off and give up on it because it just doesn't seem to be worth it. Flood watch here in Pennsylvania. Okay. Deborah Wisegal, I don't remember seeing you. Maybe I did. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Hope your day is blessed. I hope so too, and thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thought 2 ads was weird coming into the stream. That is weird. I guess the more popular you get, the more ads they start putting in. Okay. I love my son. He added an ad blocker. Okay. No commercials here. I guess it's a regional thing. Enjoy your beautiful day, night all. Well, thank you, Josephine. You too. I'm glad that you were here. I've been $15. It's been 3 months. Well, it's been 17 years for me, and I think I've had $6 and something or $3. I don't remember. I haven't checked it lately. Hey, at least you get more than I do. Okay. No, I don't. I do have a video on how I fixed my payphone and de-rusted it. But maybe I'll have to make one of those. That's a good idea. I'm going to look around. I haven't seen any cast iron pans at the scrap yard or at the dump or anything. But when I find one, because all of mine are in good shape, if I find a rusted out one, I'll do that. Excuse me. It's not that hard to do. Actually, I had a video where I did electrolysis on my fuel tank. It's the same basic technique. It's not hard to do, and it's just something that takes a little bit of creativity. It's not that bad. Night, Lori and Aaron. It's been an awesome day. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it's been an awesome day. Let's see. Oh, what is that? Okay. I got a commercial I could skip after 7 seconds. I got a rusty cast iron pizza pan. Well, if it's a cast iron pizza pan, you might be able to use it for heart attack pizza, or as I call it, the pacemaker pizza. The only pizza that uses white meat chicken. And basically, it's deep fried. So if you're one of those people that loves pizza, and I know, a lot of people do. I really don't find it that great. I find that regular pizza smells like vomit. And although it is edible, it's like a laxative for me. I only have to do is eat 2 slices of standard pizza. And within 3 hours, I'm going to have the most violent bowel movement I've ever had. It's just absolutely horrible. People talk about eating too much fat and exploding. Well, that's what happens if I eat pizza. Pizza, and after that's happened a few times, you don't even want it anymore. Now, the pacemaker pizza that I make is actually very good, and it uses cheese. And yes, you can put tomato sauce in it. I've done tomato sauce in the pacemaker pizza when I give it to my friends, and I eat it myself, and it does not affect me. Because I had people tell me, well, the reason that pizza makes you sick is because of the tomato sauce. No, it does not. I make my own tomato sauce from Everglades tomatoes that I grow in my own yard. They're little tiny grape-looking tomatoes, and you basically boil them up. You strain out the skins and the seeds, and you get your sauce. And then the sauce, those tomatoes are also fermented, so they could be in a jar for months. I've harvested those tomatoes, and I've had them in the jar 6 months, and I made the sauce out of it. And when you make the pacemaker pizza, the pizza crust, you take a blender and you blend up. That's one of the few times I use a blender, which isn't very often. I'll drag out the Vitamix. I'll get some white meat chicken, put it in the Vitamix with water, blend it all up, and then you add eggs to it. So you're going to add maybe 2 eggs for a pacemaker pizza, and you keep blending. Then you get some cheese. And what I like to do is get the mozzarella cheese, put that in the blender, and keep on blending and blending and blending. When it forms a paste, then you pour the paste, you pour that into a tray, and then you put it in the refrigerator. Now, what you want to do, you want the paste to harden. You want it to dry out. And normally what I'll do is in the pan, I'll put a piece of paper on it. It helps absorb it, and it'll dry out. Once it dries out, it is then able to be used for a pacemaker pizza. Now, the trick is to fry the pizza, you have to use a wide spatula. So I custom made one out of stainless steel, and you put that thing, you lift it up with a paper, you flip it over, put it on the spatula, and then you get your lard, which I normally use, in the pan, hot, just like if you're frying chicken. And then once the lard is hot, now I generally do this outside on the grill because the kitchen stove has little burners and they make like a hot spot. But if you do it on the grill outside, you have more even heat. You can use charcoal or you can use gas. I normally use gas. You heat it up, and then you're going to deep fry your pizza crust. You want to deep fry the pizza crust until it's firm, and you're going to flip it over at least once. When the crust is kind of firm, a little bit crunchy, you take it off of the pan, and you put it onto a paper on a table. Then you're going to make your pizza. Now, when I make my pizza crust, it's going to be flat. So when you go to do your actual pizza, you're going to have to get, now if you're going to do a carnivore pizza, you would use you could use like an Alfredo sauce. But if you want to make a normal pizza, you're going to use tomato sauce. And I would recommend if you do so that you make the sauce yourself. You don't want seeds or skins in your tomato sauce. Then you have your cheese. And then, of course, you're going to have your meats. What do I put in my pacemaker pizza? Obviously, ground beef. You can put sausage if you like it. And you can put sardines like I do. If you really want to scare everybody away, put the sardines in there. And if you like mushrooms, you can put them in there too, although I generally don't use those. And then you stick it in the oven. So you're going to deep fry your pizza crust first. You put your toppings on it. Then you stick it in the oven. Now again, if it won't fit in a kitchen oven, you use an outdoor oven, and that is charcoal fired. So you have the chamber, you have the fire underneath it. You get that oven super hot. Then you jam it in there. You're going to let it roast for maybe 5 minutes max until the cheese is melted and it starts to smell delicious. Then you pull it out using the same spatula, and that's it. So it's a lot of work. So you want to make multiple pizzas if you can. You can also make a personal pan pizza, just doing it in the frying pan. So if you want to do a heart attack pizza the easy way, do it in the frying pan, and then you can use the electric toaster oven to do the actual pizza roasting. And that's it. And I generally don't do pizzas because it's too much work. But if you like pizza, it works. Okay. There you go. I need to figure out a way to do that. You know, I'd have to come up with some kind of payment processing system. You know, buy me duck eggs or whatever, iguana. Like your short yogurt for Milton. Meow. Yeah, I didn't show the part where he got a hold of the package of powdered milk, scattered it all over the kitchen, dragged it into the shop, and then brought it to me like he was being a good kitty. I see him in the shop playing with this bag, and I look at him like, how did you get the powdered milk bag? And I go, oh. And I walk over there, and there's a trail of powdered milk everywhere. But as poor as I am, I wasn't going to just throw it all out. So what I did, I swept it up into like a pan, and then I ran it through a screen to get all the leaves, dirt chunks, and everything out of it. Then what I did, I put it in boiling water, stirred up the powdered milk, and then I poured it through a cloth, which is basically a cotton cloth, a couple of times, and that removed all the dirt and all the other particles. And guess what? The yogurt fermented just fine. It actually came out very nice. So even though Milton tried to ruin the yogurt, I gave him some of it with his breakfast, and he ate it. And I tried some myself, and I haven't gotten sick, so I guess the yogurt is still pretty good. So maybe that actually helped it, because I haven't had yogurt form that nicely in a while. Okay. Yes, it does. Don't be a quack. Put the duck shoot, green t-shirt, Iguana Nation. There you go. The dough needs to brew for 24 hours. Right. That's true. If you're going to be using something like wheat, which I don't recommend, you'll want to ferment it. That way it can, you know, do its thing. I'm sure the traditional Mediterranean pizza is different than the stuff that they serve at Domino's or Pizza Hut or Papa John's or whatever other kind of pizza place they have. Again, I don't see the appeal of pizza. It's never been something I really liked. Okay. Cast iron pizza stone. Seems handy. Yeah, it is. It's on pizza I fermented for 24 to 48 hours. Well, that's good. It's possible that the fermentation may actually help. I wonder about that. People have eaten bread for millennia. I hate this stuff, but I know some people do love it. Is there a carnivore pizza recipe? Well, that's what I was describing. One of these days, when I have the time and the ambition to do it, I'll make my pacemaker pizza. Still have to have my little bit of cheese. Still looking for the board. Board head. I guess you must mean boar's head Canadian cheddar. Sounds good. Say cheese. I eat cheese. Doesn't bother me, but some people can't. 5 feet. Okay. Pizza pan would be like a flat top grill. Yeah. I could use it to fry up a ton of eggs. That's right. Yep. Blackstone without spending money on one. Okay. Yep. Okay. 104 today, West Coast, hot out. You could deep fry a steak in lard. Yes, you could. But what's the point? I mean, it tends to make it a little tough, in my opinion. But I guess it depends on the steak. 76 light. Okay, well, that's good. Booster seed. Oh, can't go out on some rides. They probably think you're a kid or something. We haven't been below 80 in weeks now. Okay. Yeah. I may upload that. It's funny. No. He doesn't bother. He likes yogurt for some reason. Diarrhea proofs things. Well, yeah. It's interesting because I eat yogurt daily and I don't think I've ever had diarrhea from yogurt. At least that I know of. All right. Let me take a look over here and see what we have in terms of viewers. Wow. Is that true? 41. That's impressive. That really is impressive. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. What am I doing here? Okay. All right, so we've caught up on the comments, which is one of the good things about my channel. We don't let these comments run behind. We wait until the comments come in before we have a rant. I also notice the phone has been relatively quiet, so, I always put the phone number in the description of the video. I don't always put it in the chat, but let me just show you here. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to move this over here so you can see it. You can see right here in the description, if you look, the phone number is located right here. So it is up to you at any time. And in terms, I'm going to click like on my own video. We have 3.44 or 3,440 something subscribers. I don't think we'll make it to 4,000 this year, but who knows? It might be possible. Got some comments here. Okay. Yeah, and also, you probably know that Thomas was on with Cindy yesterday. I was out working. I haven't seen that yet. Trying to play catch up is just not easy. So let me go ahead and get out of this. Okay. So let's see what we got going on here. And CB Carmack said, been here but listening. Just got back from Missouri last night. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you took your time to listen to me. And everyone's saying hello to him. That's great. And Peter, let's see. No, that's Target Prime Rib. Thomas, back inside, finished my walk. Well, good for you. You're out walking. That's a good thing. I guess Peter must still be doing his walk. All right. Boar's Head Canadian Center age 1,000 days. Okay. That's great. Okay. Hospital, yeah. Okay. That's great. So anyway, so far so good, right? Let me make sure this thing is working. I guess it is. Okay. Got some kind of mess up here. Oh, there we go. The mixer is a bit on the old side. I got to get some more of that contact cleaner. Actually, I used to get contact cleaner Radio Shack. Of course, they don't really exist anymore. But there is the cleaner they sell in the auto parts. I think it's called the Mass Air Sensor Cleaner, and that works just the same. It's the same contact cleaner. Canadian Cheddar. Hi, Wendy. Center age. Okay. Probably good. Now, again, not everybody can eat cheese on the carnivore diet, and I think especially people who have been obese might want to avoid the cheese because it seems like a lot of people just get their diet wrecked by cheese. Dairy must be scary for some people. And, I myself don't drink milk. I haven't drank milk since I was 20 years old because I don't believe that people should be drinking milk for their whole life. But fermented dairy, I think, can be beneficial, especially when you're as skinny as I am, because there's a whole idea that dairy is somewhat anabolic and it can help you gain some mass. It hasn't worked for me, but it may work for you. So anyway, in terms of what's been going on, you probably know that whenever I get the chance, I like to watch YouTube videos. So I'm going to go ahead and pop over here. Let's see if I can get to my YouTube channel. And we'll do this. There it is. Let's see what's been going on here. Okay. I didn't make a lot of videos. As you probably know, I've been so busy working, I haven't had the time to make a lot of videos. I put a couple of short videos, Milton, feeding time, feeding the ducks. I put a few short videos in there. So, and then it had been like a week since the last one, shopping after work. Let's see. And then I did a video here, a couple of videos. I was talking about the movie that was out there. And, normally the monetation's usually off. I don't know why it goes on sometimes. But I was talking about the Dr. Ken Berry was promoting that movie that's supposed to be about the carnivore diet. Now, you probably know I'm one of those people that tends to be very skeptical, and I think that a lot of the effort is going into these movies is probably going to be wasted effort, because how many of these documentaries do you actually know? And that's a good question. Let me go back over here to regular YouTube. Okay. Why is it not going? Oh. All right. Okay. So when I type in carnivore documentary, it comes up here, Animal, A Real Food Revolution with Josh Feldman. Proper Human Diet Podcast. And then, of course, look who else comes up. Yep, it's the carnivore ambassador himself, Kerry Mann, and always asking for money for his movie. And then we see Adam, who is also on the Healing Humanity team, talking about the movie. Now, it's funny because I like his channel, but I find his background a little boring because he's got like two lights there, and then he always does this weird thing with the text, which I can't understand. Like this, I find this really annoying, where they have this like, I don't know how you would describe that. It's almost like Sing Along with Mitch. You remember the Mitch Miller where they had the little bouncing thing that would go from word to word? I guess it's the same thing, but hey, whatever. But you can see that he's trying to put up a good interface there, with the background. That's fine. Let's see. Okay, so Carnivore documentary. So there are two documentaries that are out there. There was also other movies that have been there. Remember Anthony Chaffee? Wasn't he in something called Reversed? I think it was. Yeah. Reverse Carnivore Diet docuseries 2024. They got a lot of views, but do you ever hear anybody talking about that? I mean, think about it. Ken Berry promoted this 2 years ago, and whatever happened to it? I guess it didn't go anywhere. Now, I watched a few of these. You can see over here. It was interesting. Okay. And then where are they now? I guess they had a follow-up, which is good. I mean, it's nice that people are making these documentaries, but I think the hopes for a lot of these documentaries is just way too far out there. I think for many people, it's a trend, it's a fad, it'll come and go, and that's it. Okay. And there's a lot of other channels out there, and again, you know, Kerry with his channel, he's really excited about it. That's good. If you're like him and you had all those issues that were helped by the carnivore diet, it's obvious you'd be enthusiastic. I mean, I would be too. I mean, think about it. If I was eating duck food and waddling around and quacking, suffering all kinds of issues, digestive issues, joint issues, heart issues, all this stuff, and then I saw some YouTube video about a guy that went on a carnivore diet, and I switched to a carnivore diet myself, and then basically, you know, I felt better. I would love to tell people about it, but the problem is, me being who I am, I would probably say, well, yeah, it worked for me, but am I going to put myself out there and then be harassed constantly? And I probably wouldn't do it. That's kind of the way that I've always been. The only reason you'll see me out here now doing lives and getting on other people's videos is because watching my parents go from being healthy to being helpless, that was a life-changing event for me. And when my mom died in 2020, and all the years that I spent trying to help my parents out, and then I realized after seeing, you know, some of the like Dr. Paul Saladino and Sean Baker and Chafee, it's like, what if my parents would have been able to do the carnivore diet like me? I tried to convince them to do it, but they wouldn't do it. But what would happen if on the internet there was somebody like those doctors and my dad could look at that? Because my dad was very much influenced by what he read and what he saw. He used to like Jack LaLanne, and he also liked Jay Cordage, the Juice Man. And he followed these people as a way of trying to be healthy. My dad instinctively felt that fruits and vegetables were the healthiest foods, and that eating them would promote your health and you would live longer. Now, I compare myself to my dad when he was my age. For example, my dad was 56 in 1986. So when I was finishing up high school and starting college, my dad was my age. And I have a few pictures of my dad, and I look at him. Then I compare that to myself, and I think, you know, Rick, you look younger than your dad did. And my dad used to have health issues that I don't have. The only chronic health issue I have is a minor sinus issue. That's it. My dad used to get like itching on his back that he couldn't reach, so he had to use a stick to do his back, and he'd rub against the wall like a dog. And then my dad had eye issues. He used to have a lot of problems with itching and burning eyes. He had foot fungus that he had to deal with constantly, the athlete's foot. He had dandruff. He would get certain rashes at times on his skin. He was allergic to grass, so he couldn't cut grass. And, you know, obviously he had high blood pressure. My dad struggled with high blood pressure, and he also had high triglycerides, according to his doctor, which I thought was really interesting because my dad ate zero sugar, or at least that's what he thought. Now, as I started to look into some of this, especially when I took a biology class, and I found out that, you know, between the chemistry class and biology class in high school, that sugar is actually made of glucose and fructose, I began to realize that my dad was actually eating a lot of sugar. The oatmeal that he was eating was basically sugar in a different form. The rice The brown rice that he was eating, that was sugar too. He was eating all that tofu. And he was all those vegetables that he was juicing up. My dad used to juice up spinach and celery and carrots and all this other stuff. And basically, between the fiber that you couldn't digest and the juice, which was all sugar, my dad was on a high sugar diet. And he wasn't eating much meat. He did eat seafood and he did eat chicken, but his main form of chicken was chicken breast. And he used to have those George Foreman style grills where you cook the chicken on a slanted thing and what little bit of fat there is runs into the tray. And I thought that was absolutely ridiculous. So that's one of the reasons why I developed Rick's Heart Attack Chicken. Because my dad insisted that all the beef that I was eating was going to cause colon cancer. So he says that I'm going to get colon cancer. And the fried chicken that I was frying, now again, the first time that I had fried chicken, my parents actually had a deep fryer and we put vegetable oil in it. But the thing was, I didn't like the vegetable oil because the vegetable oil would smell funny and it was a big mess. And I just thought that because my parents said, well, you need to use canola oil because it's healthy. And I thought, why would I do that? I want to get a heart attack. So what is the most unhealthy thing you can cook your chicken in? Of course, animal fats, good old lard, beef tallow, lard it up. Get that heart attack. You want to get chest pains as fast as possible. So I developed Heart Attack Chicken. And our old deep fryer actually was like an aluminum thing with heating element around it. The heating element was in the aluminum body. So it was very easy to use lard or beef tallow. And my mother, when she would cook meat, she would throw the fat away. She had this little container that she'd collect it and throw it in the garbage. Well, it was very easy for me to take that and I'd separate out the watery part from the fatty part. And what I found is that the fat that was in the jar was a little bit soft, but after I had heated it and filtered it and put it into a container and I put it in the refrigerator, it would get really hard. And it was fascinating. And of course, I was using originally Vaseline in my hair starting in junior high to try to keep the kids out. Plus, we had lice in the school really bad, and I was told that Vaseline would kill the lice, which it did. I was the only kid in my class in junior high that never got lice. And I remember finding lice in my hair, and I didn't want to go through the whole process of getting it, with that, the medicine they put on there. So what I started doing, I tried to comb the lice out. But when I put the Vaseline in there, they were dying right and left. So I thought, you know what? This works really well. But when I started the carnivore diet, after being in high school, and I thought to myself, well, why would I use Vaseline in my hair? It's just something else I have to buy. I got all this animal fat. I can put it in my hair. Yeah, it smells a little bit like beef, but that was a good thing. In fact, that was the other thing about me as a kid. All the kids in school, they used to complain because if you didn't use the deodorant or cologne, you'd smell bad. And you always knew the kids that smell bad because they were not cleaning themselves or whatever. But I thought it was kind of funny. So I thought, well, if I smell like hamburger, what are they going to do? There's nothing they can do. Maybe they'll stay away from me. So I started using the beef tallow. And I put the beef tallow in my hair, the lard on my hair. I put it on my skin. I put it all over my face. I put it on my arms. So, and the funny thing was, it just became a habit. So throughout high school, I used to joke. They said, oh, you were a good-looking kid back then, and you were tall. The girls must have chased you. I'm like, nah, they could chase me, but they couldn't grab a hold of me, because if they tried to grab a hold of me, I'd be too slippery with all that beef tallow and lard. But yeah, that was the thing. And I thought for many years, it just became a habit. And to this day, I still do the same thing. I get up in the morning, I hit the beef tallow or lard, I put it on there, and I can think, what was that TV show? Sunday, Monday, happy days, Tuesday, whatever. So I think about happy days, putting all that grease on there and going out there and just people look at you like, what is that? Look at this tall guy. What's that stuff on his hair? Why is it so greasy? Well, it's all done by choice. And the other thing is I wash my hair every single day because I tend to work with dirt and I work outside. And if I didn't put lard in my hair, can you imagine how dry and lifeless? And I've actually tried the dry look before, and your hair gets all tangled up. You try to comb it, it's like ripping through it. Like, nope, no thanks. You load it up with beef tallow and lard, you never have to worry. That comb just slides right through there. And if you get water on your hair, it runs right off. So that's a good thing. Although the one friend I work with, he was looking at my hair again. He says, "Oh, I think I finally see a gray hair." And he was looking. I said, "Well, I couldn't find it." But the fact that he could find one gray hair in me, it made him feel really good, because he's 50 and I'll be 57 pretty soon. And he says, "I've never seen you with a gray hair. I've been waiting for it for years." I said, "Well, it'll come eventually. It's only a matter of time. You know, you want to be all gray hair. You could be like Dr. Sean O'Mara. He's got all gray hair, but no one's going to say that he's old because he doesn't look old. Nothing wrong with a few gray hairs." Okay, let's hit these comments again. All right, so we'll go back over here. Now, again, I know that the documentary is very important to some people, but to me, I think it's a lot of, a lot of nothing. And look at all these comments. Look at this. "I never liked Milky's as a child." Well, that's good. "I was glad I listened to an older Bart K and Jonathan video. Had such good workout yesterday." There you go. I wish I had a pain patch for my wrist. Oh, boy. Yeah, check out. Jonathan's been on many, many channels. He's made many videos. He continues to make videos. He actually puts time into his videos. I wish I could do the same, but maybe one day I'll have the time and the ambition to do that. "Drive back GPS carry through the backwoods country parts of Missouri and Arkansas. I used to love milk and cookies. I always hated cookies. I thought cookies were disgusting. And to this day, I think that they're nothing but duck food. I'm still here, still walking and listening to the Duck Man. Well, that was my comment earlier. You're out there in this Florida heat. "Retired Bob is shopping for a used truck today." Yeah, somebody stole his truck, which I find amazing. They would steal that old thing, but then again, documentary done in 6 months. Well, there you go. Some people take years to do the documentary. Well, you can check it out. I don't think I'll ever see it, but if I do happen to see it, I'll get an idea. I'm sure it appeals mostly to those of us on the carnivore diet. The average person may not even care. "Tonsils and adenoids removed. They were huge." Okay. Eating popsicles. And Kim appreciates life. "Morning, all. Good morning. Glad you're here. I love the cats. They're so cute. Love cats." A little rub to carry about the money. Well, you know me. I tend to be very critical of some of these things. You know how it is. Allergic to milk. I don't use much. Okay. It's new, not released yet. That's right. June 20th, I think they said it'll be released. And Bob came here to say good morning. And again, we know our friend Bob. He's very well known for being in Omaha, and he goes for his walks. And eventually, he's going to be out there in the desert of Texas, struggling to survive out there without hardly any water. So we'll see. But again, if it wasn't for the carnivore diet, Bob probably wouldn't even be walking anywhere, probably just from his chair to his car, and that's about it. So, and he's out there walking. He even did a little sprinting. I saw him yesterday sprinting from the stop sign. I need to do a sprinting video, but the thing is, I can go really fast. That's the funny thing about me. And people laugh. They look at me crazy. Every time somebody sees me run around the neighborhood, they think that something bad is going to happen. Real honey is real medicine. Okay? Unless you get stung by a bunch of bees trying to collect it. Okay? Did you find a truck? I think he said he found an SUV. Carrie documentary premiere 2050. Oh, that's too funny. That is so funny. I think He figures that if he pours a lot of effort into it, it's going to be such a blockbuster. It's going to go worldwide. And I hate to say it, but I seriously doubt that. It'll be just another documentary with a cult following, and that's it. That's fine. You have the right to do that. I wouldn't do it. YouTube captures and videos are ridiculously annoying. I've been protesting by shutting the video off immediately. Sadly, I'm not watching much. I hate those. I just hate them. I just get tired of it. It's like, why do you do that? It's so stupid. People, unless you're deaf, I mean, obviously, if you're deaf, the closed caption will work. But I don't want to see that silly thing. It's crazy. Carnivore doc, yeah. Reverse Carnivore doc came out. A few days later, Carrie got the doc idea. That's interesting. I know it was a couple of years ago, and started getting excited about it, and but after a few months, I was over it. And I'm so sick and tired of we're filming this and we're filming that and blah 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 blah. Well, guess what, buddy? You missed out on so many people. Yeah, you got the same people that everybody else got. And you do have the Bill Knott story, which is nice. Old Bill over there. I can't wait to see the day when he's lean and he's fully back to the way he was. He's made a lot of progress. That's nice. But a lot of it, I think, is just taking too long. And I think by the time it comes out, the carnivore trend will have passed. And again, it will be somewhat successful, but I just don't think it's going to have mass appeal. I think the carnivore diet is on the downhill trend right now. Worst thing about America is trends and fads. Lack of originality is a problem. Yes, it is. But you see, around here, there is no lack of originality. You can go to anybody in YouTube. I mean, anyone. And you are not going to find any YouTube channel anywhere near mine. Has anyone seen a YouTube channel with this style, with this interaction? It doesn't exist. Now, obviously, I don't have hundreds of people watching my channel. I don't know what I'd do if I was like Dr. Barry. I mean, the comments would be scrolling through so fast I couldn't keep up with it. But with what we have, it's very nice because I know kind of who you are. You know who I am. And eventually, one day, we'll meet in person. Of course, Carrie and those people will never come to Miami because Miami is forbidden to the whole carnivore community, except for a few of us quacks. They don't want to go this far south. I think a lot of people are afraid of me. They're afraid that if they get with Rick, it's going to bring down their whole carnivore game because they're promising everybody health and all these great things and wealth and all this other nonsense. And then you're going to see a tall, skinny guy living in a broken down house, dirt poor, driving around beat up old cars, riding a bike from the dump. And they're going to be like, that's the carnivore lifestyle? Oh, come on. I don't want that. I want to be out there with all the women and the big muscles and everything, doing really well. That's the carnivore lifestyle they're promoting, not the poor man's carnivore lifestyle. But I have to tell you, this is reality. Fantasy is great, but you live in reality. Fantasy is a short-term thing. That's good. Garlic has antibiotic properties. Yes, it does. I am a YouTuber. Watched all the ones Rick is showing. There are so many. The carnivore, cooking a lot of steak and butter gal, Laura Spath, etc. And I know people, they love the steak and butter gal, their SPG or whatever. You know what? I mean, there's some good people there. For example, you have Todd Bachnes. I'm sure you've seen him. I like him and his channel. Seems like a good guy. And he kind of associates with that group. And, it's just, there's a lot of real people that are in here, but I really don't see what's so great about Bella the Steak and Butter Gal. I mean, what is her difference, you know. I'm sure she's probably a good person, but I haven't been able to interact with her. And until I interact with somebody, I can't really give an opinion on the person. And I've seen the name Laura Spath. I haven't really watched videos, but I can't keep up. I work constantly. If I had more free time, I'm sure I could spend more time online. A lot of times I'll be listening to a video and I'll be out there cutting wood or digging a hole or working on a car or something like that. I'm always on the move. That's just the way that I am. I watched the reverse. He went to Costa Rica and Dr. Berry pissed off Maria Emmerich. She called him a few things. Really? I wonder who that is. See, I don't know anything about this. Maria Emmerich. Who is that? Okay. I saw that. Huh. Okay. Did vegetarian and juicing once, 20 years ago, for a year. Ended up in the ER. Wow. I tried vegetarian in 1993, and I got so sick. I didn't end up in the ER, thankfully, but I got the worst flu of my life. I woke up, couldn't breathe. It was terrible. The vegetarian and juicing thing did not work for me. It made me totally miserable. It was bad. And the other problem is, I remember every time I had to deal with a problem, it turned into a major issue, and then I didn't want to do anything. It was just ridiculous. Okay. Traumatized the show. It was a little awkward feeling to me. Okay, that was from that reverse movie. Bob should answer that. Huh. Okay. Always a good joke there. Yeah. And I see a lot more people that are younger. Can you put towel? Yes, I have. I put that on there. That was part of my flea combing procedure. I put towel all over Milton, but of course he spread it all over the furniture, so that turned into kind of a mess. But it did help with the flea situation. Semi-retired Bob is an intelligent, super wise man. I have to agree with that. I saw Bob sprinting too. He did great. Yes, he did. Remember, this is somebody that barely could walk. And by the way, we know that Bob is a smart man because super wise man. Who do you think was one of the first people that Bob wanted to interview? Yes, and you notice that every time that Bob had his birthday stream, who did he always ask to be on with him? Yep, I think that's a really wise man right there. Okay. Yep. Hello to everyone who said hello while I was on my phone, and that's good. Okay, shorts have a lot of times, okay. Did you find a vehicle? I want a Jeep. I also asked a bunch of questions, and I showed him clips of some doctors, okay. Future is going to be content providers and content consumers. Okay, and some of us are both. I know I'm both. Mitch has good channel, like your channel, small and unique. Quacks and Mitch Fits. Well, that's it. And again, Mitch, or Old Guy Carnivore, he's doing a great thing because he got a stroke on the carnivore diet. So people are going to say, a carnivore diet causes a stroke. But guess what? He's getting back to normal because Mitch is like me. He doesn't give up. I will struggle. I'll deal with technical issues. I will take something apart and put it together. And if I can't fix it, it goes straight to the scrap pile because I'm a person that likes to figure things out. And again, probably why I like his channel so much. I don't even remember how I found his channel. I think it just popped up in my feed. And then he used to have sort of these lives where people could pop in. I was really impressed with him. And remember when he got the stroke, what I said? In a month, he'll be back online. I made a prediction. I'm very good at making long-term predictions. And guess what? He was back online within a month because that's our Mitch. And we know him. He does get frustrated with people, and he will not hold back with criticism. And I wish we had more people like that because we know where they stand. And that's a good thing. He reminds me of some of the neighbors I had. Like I said, we had a lot of Jewish people here, and some of the old Jews that we had here, they were exactly the same attitude, same way. And that, I guess there's a familiarity that goes with that, and that is what I like about Mitch's channel. And again, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, I should be on his channel, unless he kicks me off, which who knows? He might think that I'm a total quack. Then again, quacks and Mitch Fitz, we go together. And that's what Gemma is saying. Okay. Yeah. Bingo Rick, when Carrie first started, they said they were collecting everyone's stories. Then Adam made an announcement they were going to be selective. I immediately stopped viewing. That's a good point. And you notice that they did not select most of us. They're going for a more dramatic, a more cinematic experience, and they think that's going to increase their popularity. The problem is that could actually put division in the carnivore community. And the way we are, we can't afford that, because you see, instead of, and this again, I've said this many times, instead of putting all that effort into a movie, which probably is going to bomb, I don't think it's going to be that successful. It would be better off doing some simple stories, just like a whole list of different stories, and then taking some of that extra resources and investing in people who are providing the meats and the other things for the carnivore community. I think the most important thing is to have the network of people. So that way, when times get bad, and they will, we'll be able to use each other's expertise and connections to get the meat that we need to continue on. I think the only way that we can make a change is through the people that we immediately contact, not through some big movie. And a lot of organizations, they use infomercials, they use movies and other propaganda as a way of trying to get people on their side. But in the end, it always fails. So that's just my opinion. But that's interesting that you mentioned that, Jiffy, because I feel the same way. I bought a little SUV. It will do for now. Okay, I don't know what type it is, but yeah, you belong in the Jeep, Terry Sue. Glad you found one. Will it pull your trailer? And I think he said it would. So let's see. Now I need one for my drive over curves and such. Okay. I watched the Laura Spath Burn Ends video. It was way too many sponsors. Very annoying. I got to figure out who that is. How to live in a high cost of living area on carnivore. That's me. You could make a course about survival in Miami as a carnivore. That's a good point, because hitting the dumpsters and the trash piles is sort of my thing. Did you do the rubber duck thing? They didn't have that in the 70s and 80s. Sugar-free barbecue sauce. It looked good, chuck steak, but way too many steps. Knowledge and health are also wealth. Well, I think I have a lot of knowledge, and I think my health is okay. Would you brush your teeth with Burgo tallow? Yes, of course. I use lard because I have more of it, but tallow works as well. The problem with baking soda is that it can wear out your teeth, but if you use lard or baking soda, it helps hold the baking soda on there, and you're not just grinding your teeth with baking soda. Baking soda is also very alkaline, so the fatty acids in the animal fats help to make it more of like a soapy kind of cleaning solution, and I use it on my teeth. My teeth are not perfect, but I haven't had a cavity. I do have 2 fillings in there from when I was a kid, and I believe those are mercury fillings. So, but I'm not going to go to a dentist to remove them, because then the problem is, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to leave it there. Mercury is very stable at low temperatures, so unless I put, you know, I deep fry my teeth, the lard, you know, it's not going to come out. So I'm not worried about it. It'll be fine. Maria Emmerich is a well-known keto carnivore cookbook author and well-known on social media. Well, see, I don't do social media, so I don't know who that is. Forks over knives ruined chicken for me for a long time. Okay. Parking lot chicken, though, is fresh caught, so it's not quite the same. I don't interact with the carnivore cooking as I don't see them live. I browse YouTube looking for less ads. YouTube, so many ads and surveys. Yeah. And again, if you like carnivore cooking channels, one of the popular ones, which I tend to like, is a Chris Cooking Nashville. There's a lot of people on there, but I like Chris Cooking Nashville. It's a lot more work than I'm willing to do, but if I was around there, I would taste test his food. I think that him and Ash are good people, and I think everyone should watch their channel if you have the time. They look like a good channel. Of course, they have their membership group like everybody else, but that's fine if you're willing to do that. I mean, most YouTube channels have a membership. I'm not going to do a membership on YouTube because I don't have the time to make your membership worthwhile. But hey, if you want to support your creators, you got Patreon memberships, that's great. Hurt my shoulder, got x-rays, calcification, tendonitis. I'm not sure how old you are, but hopefully it's something that can be reversed. Hopefully they'll be shocked. Means inflammation. Okay. Yeah, it must have been recommended by YouTube, something like that. Mitch really turned me on to some great recipes and great products for carnivore, and that's what he does. He's kind of like me. He's the practical carnivore. Mitch has great ideas. Yes, he does. And you can see he puts a lot of effort into his live stream, unlike me that's using stuff from the trash. Everything revolves into popularity contests. That's the one video I want to make because I want to make a video about civilization, government, and how social groups turn into that system. You're always going to have that popularity contest. You have people that want to rise to the top, and then you have other people that support them, and sort of like the whole alpha, beta, male, whatever. And then you have the outliers, which I call, the what is it, the zero or Z or whatever. That's what I am. I'm the outlier. I'm not one of those people that want to be in the popularity contest. Whenever I see a group of people going somewhere, I walk the other way. It's like if you see everybody go to a store or a restaurant, it's crowded, I leave. I wait until there's nobody there. I find that the things I want are usually in the places where nobody is. Eat some sardines. Let's see. Rick, you should be the first person Carrie contacted. I have story of 10 years, but you are the GOAT. The funny thing is, when I first discovered Carrie's channel, he would talk about me a lot. Oh, Rick's been carnivore for 39 years. Rick's been carnivore for 40 years. Oh! Wait a minute. Hold on. Hello? Okay. That's my customer. Let me see if I can call him. Hold on. That was interesting. Yeah, I'm supposed to get this carpentry done today. It's 10:30. I was going to do it after lunch, but something must have happened. You get one of those emergencies going. Anyway, let's see. All right. Anyway, we were talking about Carrie. Let's see if hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, he talked me in the beginning, but I think what happened was he found better people instead of some tall quack. So that's fine. I mean, when you're trying to make a movie that's going to appeal to a mass, I guess, a mass group of people, it's probably better to go with somebody they can identify with other than somebody who is out there trying to kill himself with a heart attack. But you know what? I'm here people will find me, and I'm sure eventually I'll make it to one of those get-togethers, and then we will see what happens. But again, it's his movie. He can do whatever he wants. If I was making a movie, I would do whatever I want, and that's it. But I still love his channel. I participate whenever I can because I still think Carrie's a good guy. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's genuine. All right, I've been out of sardines for a few weeks. Kind of sick of them, honestly. I like sardines. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I love seafood. Can't do sardines, but like kipper snacks. Okay. Meathead, there we go. Good morning, yes. And again, if you want to see what he looks like, there's a channel called Carnivore Talk by Bob. Another Bob, not semi-retired Bob, but by Bob. And, that's a good thing. So check that out if you want. There's some good information on that channel. And again, it's very important that you support as many of the smaller channels as possible. I know the bigger channels are popular, but we are not in a competition. We're actually working together. I tend to think of the bigger channels, like, for example, the Homestead How channel. You know what I call Carrie? I call him the Carnivore Ambassador because he doesn't get upset. He's not one of those people that's going to take it and like, how do you put it, get personally offended. And then the other channels are sort of like the satellite channels. You have the smaller channels that have a few hundred, a few thousand, whatever. You find the person you like and you go to their channel and you identify with them, and that's good. And I think that's a good thing. We got to avoid the fighting because if we start infighting in the Carnivore channel, we're done. We're going to end up just disappearing. All right. Miami is known for historic. Yeah, Aviation Center. Did you ever want to get your private pilot's license? Well, I have to tell you, I don't have the money to fly, and the idea of being in the air supported by nothing but air pressure and velocity doesn't really appeal to me. I just, I've only been on a commercial aircraft a few times, but I can tell you, I do not want to get involved in another project. Now, my dad was an aircraft mechanic. That's the reason why he came to Miami. When I do the story of my dad, I want to put all that in there. There used to be a school called Embry-Riddle. I actually found some of the coursework that he had. So, yeah, Miami was aviation. You had Pan Am, you had Eastern, you had all these airlines. And when I was a kid, we used to go to the airport and sit out there on that strip over there by the expressway and watch the airplanes take off and land. So Miami was definitely aviation. A Dinner Key, for example, was the original Pan Am where they had their airport. So that was a good thing. So anyway, all right. Well, we got a lot of comments coming in. What happened? I am impressed. Let's see. I brush my teeth with xylitol. Okay. Do you really use tallow? I brush my teeth with lard or tallow. It works really, really well. Maybe I should make a video on it. It's very simple. You'll always find baking soda in my house, but never, please, don't use washing soda or you will irritate. It's just terrible. Okay. Polar smoked. Hoping to heal some incisor damage. Okay. Mitch's wild-caught cod, pork rind crumb, fried in bacon grease is delicious. I didn't see that one. But then again, I need to watch the rest of Mitch's cooking videos. Well, I didn't know that I had Carrie watching my video. Well, that's great. Now, I don't know if it's Carrie or Jen or somebody else in the family, but if you're here and you're watching my video, it goes to show that you have good taste in the carnivore community. And that's really, really good. Now, so let's see what your comment is here. Rick, since you have better ideas versus our documentary, then why don't you just do that? I hear you talking about our project over and over. Why don't you step up and do better? Well, guess what? I don't know if it's Carrie or Jen or whoever it is. I would, but I can't. I am too poor. I can barely afford my property tax. I work physically for a living. I don't have the time. Now, I spend time on Saturday because I have to take time off. But later today, what am I going to be doing? I'm going to be in 95-degree heat, cutting wood and nailing up fascia board and putting on plywood. So anyway, I'm going to leave it to you to do the documentary. And again, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe people like it, maybe they don't. I'm just giving my opinion. This is Rick's opinion. I've never discouraged you from making the documentary, and I think it's a good idea. But what I'm saying is, with all the effort that's gone into the documentary, if it bombs, people may get really discouraged. And I've gotten a lot of emails and a lot of comments complaining about this constantly with the Healing Humanity community, $30 a month and all that, and the movie. So I just make comments about it because I'm warning everybody. I'm not saying don't do the documentary. What I'm saying is I'm warning you. This could turn into something that's going to end up like Anthony Robbins sort of self-help, whatever. Everybody gets worked up over it, and then what happens? Well, they get disappointed. But that's the point I'm trying to make. If I had the ability to, I would do a documentary, but I don't think it's necessary. What I want to do, I want to concentrate on having the food end of this covered. We already know what the carnivore diet can do, and we have our friend Dave Mack, which we all like. I mean, nobody ever criticizes him. He has been on a mission to make one interview after the other. The guy's a machine. Although I haven't seen his videos come in my feed the last few days. I don't know what's happened. But he's got, what, almost 2,000? I mean, by now, there's a lot of documentaries. A lot of interviews. There's only a few documentaries. Oh, we have a call. Let's see what happens.
Oh, the person that you wish to speak. Okay. Whoops. Okay.
Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. Okay, I have a technical issue. I have to leave. I have to turn the phone system off. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. All right. I apologize for that little mess up. I forgot to turn off the phone system and it went into the menu. So whoever was calling me, feel free to call back again. And Milton is over there starting a fight. Okay, whatever. Anyway, well, this is good. Okay. Let's go back through here. All right. Let's see. Wow, things really picked up here. I use a coconut oil. Okay, let me see if it works this time. Hello.
Hey, good morning, Rick.
Hey, this meathead. What's going on?
I just want to advise you that's probably not Gary. It's probably a fake account. I mean, I wouldn't waste my breath arguing with somebody stupid like that.
Okay.
Carrie's not a drama queen. I really don't think it's Carrie.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, but you know what? I'm going to take it for entertainment value for a little bit, but like you said, that's good advice. It may not be him. It may be something, who knows what it is.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it PG-13 on what I feel, but I just wanted to save you the time and but if you want to keep it for entertainment value, that's fine too.
That's what the whole channel's about. It's entertainment. But I do appreciate the advice. And I'm sorry you couldn't get through earlier. I forgot to turn off the phone system. Milton has figured out how to turn on the phone system. So, you know.
Gotcha. Well, he's getting to be pretty smart. He's just following you in your footsteps.
Pretty soon I'll put him on the mixer and let him do his thing.
There you go. There you go.
It'll be like Barkay with his yellow Ted. I don't know if you watch the Barkay videos.
I haven't seen all of them, but I've seen some of them where he's changed how he does videos now, and I really don't care for it.
Right.
It's okay, but it's lackluster.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. It's always good to see what people's opinions are. I like Barcade videos. The only thing I don't like is that he sometimes personally attacks the person he's debating with, and I would never do that. I really don't like that style, but everybody has their preference.
Well, I mean, if you've seen some of these other people, they personally attack other people. He's just, I guess, trying to put them into the place. I would personally, if it was me, if I was in his shoes and somebody was personally attacking, I'm always for the underdog, regardless.
Right.
I see somebody getting attacked, and I'm going to stick up for them and do what I got to do to take care of business.
I agree. I'm the same way. But, a lot of times what I do, I take somebody's attack and turn it into a joke, and then I try to make it look as silly as they are. I won't call somebody an idiot or call them whatever. I just say, oh, well, hey, if you feel that way, that's great. Let's give it a shot. If you think vegetables are that good, well, we're going to start eating vegetables. And I come up with some crazy one-liner, and then they get madder and madder. Then they'll usually blow up. Then they start attacking me. Oh, you this and that. I'm like, okay, whatever. I enjoy, it's like when that cat gets aggressive and you keep roughing him up until he gets, Of course, mine isn't like that. He can't get mad. I've never seen him hiss. But, I do like to push the buttons and then find out what somebody's limit is.
Oh, that was my nature years ago. I mean, I still do it now and then, but for me, with drama, I avoid it at all costs. I dealt with it my whole life, and it's once I got free of the drama with my family, then life is so much better and so much easier.
It is. I agree.
So, how's your weekend doing? Other than, are you gonna go for 6 hours today?
No, I got my friend that we're doing some carpentry. We need to put up the fascia board and put the plywood, and I got a lot of work to do, but I'm going to wait until after lunch because it's so hot here. I'm sweating it out. I figure maybe we'll start working at 2 or 3 and then work past dark just to get it done because it's just way too hot.
Oh yeah. Well, you should. You know what? You think it's hot down in Florida? You should come over to Malaysia. I lived over there for 13 years.
Yeah. I've heard.
Yeah, you wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's like 80 degrees at 92% humidity.
That's like Miami. It was 81 degrees when I woke up today. My windows are so fogged up I couldn't see outside. But at least now, thanks to the mini split, that's what I have here. I see like people from the Philippines, and they always have a mini split on the wall now because that's the air conditioner of choice. Without the air conditioner, modern living is impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Trust me, believe it or not, when I don't want to give a secret away. You'll have to wait for my interview. I got too many secrets and too many things that has changed. I just don't want to let it out right now. All I can say is I can take the heat. That's all I can say. Like everybody else, I used to, when I was out in the sun, I couldn't take it driving down the road. I couldn't take the sun on my arms. I would get little blisters. I would look like pork crackling,
That's not good.
I'm not joking. Well, I would come home from going to the grocery store, 25 minutes drive one way, and then driving around for an hour with a wife or two, and my arms would have little bubbles. I'd come home and you could just feel it. The texture was so bad. That's why I avoided the sun. I would keep the blinds closed during the day. This is before I started working. I'd rarely go outside. But now the sun don't bother me. In fact, I tend to go out like every day.
Mm-hmm.
I go out and grill my lunch or whatever you want to call it, dinner, breakfast,
Right.
for work.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I work outside all the time, so if I had that problem, I'd be in real trouble.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was bad. And now I can, like I said, I can do that. I cannot avoid the sun. I gotta have my sun. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be like a vampire, put it that way.
Yeah.
And the one thing I can say that's changed. Well, no, I better not. I'll wait. I got too many things I want to say, and I got to go to work today.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to get it done. That's the main thing. And I see my comments really blew up ever since these other comments came up. So it'll be fun going through all this. Like I said, I don't know if it's a real or troll or what's going on, but I'm sure it'll come up on the next Homestead House stream.
I honestly think it's a troll because Kerry, like I said, if it was a real Kerry, he wouldn't keep on, and he would be more decisive. And two,
mm-hmm.
I'm sure that they wouldn't interrupt your live stream like this and keep going on and on. They would contact you via email.
Right. I agree. I really agree. That's why I said, I don't know if this is Kerry or Jen or who it is. I mean, it might be a troll. It might be a bot. It makes you wonder.
Yeah.
But then again, if it's a bot, that might be a good thing because that just means there's more attention coming our way.
I don't know if you want that, Rick. I don't think your viewers would appreciate it.
Well, that's a good question. We'll figure it out. These things always have a way of coming to the light of day. That's kind of the way it is.
Yep. As long as you still have access to your account, that's all that matters.
Well, I've been deleted from YouTube in 2010. If they do it again, well, then I'll just go somewhere else. They can't shut me up that quickly.
There's always Rumble.
That's right. There's always Rumble, and that's not the only one. There's others out there. There's Odyssey and a couple of others out there. Yep.
Oh, I do have. I will have to pick your brain sometime, because I'm pretty sure. I'm about sure. I'm going to assume. This is the only thing I'll assume. Linux.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'll ever assume.
I may have mentioned it before, but I use Linux on my computers.
Yeah, I am making the switch.
Good.
To Ubuntu, not Ubuntu, but Windows.
Okay.
I'm trying different flavors. I'm trying different flavors. Put it that way.
Ubuntu kind of, when Canonical did what it did, they lost popularity. Most people went to Linux Mint. But and there's Fedora. There's several distributions, but they're so easy now. When I first used Linux in '98, it was a struggle just to get it to work with the hardware, and the X Windows interface was a disaster. But it got a lot easier over time.
Well, I noticed it. Things have gotten easier, but I'm not using it for games like a lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about games. I don't have time for games. I just want to use it for research. I want to be able to get on the web and check my email and do my research, like car shopping. And what's nice?
Mm.
When I did my flash drive with Windows,
mm-hmm.
And then I booted to the Linux flash drive,
mm-hmm.
everything came on. It didn't. It wasn't asking. We found new hardware,
right,
and all that crap. It just everything works smooth like butter.
Yeah, and the thing is that the USB, the interface that they use actually has native drivers. So if you plug in something like a webcam, like when I do, or you plug in an external device, a hard drive or whatever, it automatically mounts. It automatically starts it. It's pretty good. Because in the early days, in the late 90s and early 2000s, it was a super struggle, to try to get the USB to work. Oh, it was a nightmare. I could tell you stories about Linux. I tried.
I tried it back in the 2000s, early 2000s, and you had to install Wine, and it was just, for me, it was too much. I wanted to make a switch to something a little simpler.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a programmer, so I didn't want to do. When eBay first came out,
Mm-hmm.
I could do HTML. Okay, I knew about HTML, and then all this other stuff, script writing, come out, and I'm not into the command line stuff anymore.
Right.
I don't have time for it.
Right.
So yeah, I when I make the switch, I want it to be sort of like a smooth transition.
That's the problem with Linux, because there's still some things that have to be done from the terminal. I mean, in Linux we call it the terminal, but if you're just doing regular stuff with the web and a few programs, maybe word processor, you never even have to touch the terminal. But if you're going to do anything, any software development or whatever, then you need to know the terminal. In fact, my phone system is running on Linux. It's actually running on CentOS, which is sort of like the free version of Red Hat. What do they call that? Red Hat Enterprise. And yeah, so I can't get my other extensions to work because I forgot the exact command syntax to be able to do a test on the T1. It's a mess. You have to make a cheat sheet. I actually, a long time ago, made a cheat sheet, a document of all the different Linux commands and what they do, and it can get really complicated.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. I that's why I did a flash drive. I'm still keeping Windows.
Mm-hmm.
I use it for a few things, but when I get the time, I plug the flash drive in, boot it up, and start playing around with it when I got free time.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. Boy, I'll tell you one thing. My comments are blowing up. This is nuts.
Okay. Well, I'll let you go, Rick. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I'll let you get back to the live. And I enjoyed listening.
Let me see. We're going to try to figure out if this is really Carrie or if it's a bot or whatever it is. But the entertainment value. This really wakes up the channel. I love this kind of stuff.
All right.
Okay.
All right. We'll talk to you later, brother.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so this went from being a typical boring Rick live stream to being full of all kinds of controversy. So let's see. Now we have a hashtag entropy. Yes, that is for my channel. Okay, now, again, I don't know if this is really Carrie or someone in his family, or if this is sort of a, I don't know, bot account, but it says Homestead Hal. I don't know. But like our caller was saying, I would think that if it was Carrie, he would have emailed me. But then again, hey, it might be. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go with this for entertainment value. And we are going to get to the bottom of this together. Now, let's see. How many people do we have? Did it boost our live over here? Let's see. Let me hit my channel. And let's see what we got. We only have 42 people watching. I'm very surprised that Carrie would spend his time and look at my video, but hey, if it really is him, that's great. Now, the comment here, as for the comment about having selective stories in our documentary, it costs big dollars to film each person. Of course, we can't film every single person. We're trying to cover major health issues. That's what I was saying. The rest of us that are in the carnivore diet, just because we like it, isn't going to qualify. Now, obviously, I don't think Maggie had any health issues, but, it's just nice to put that in there. Let's see, Homestead Hal. That phone is a Mitch glitch. Well, when you have a cat that just can't resist touching the controls, that's what happens. Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate your comment. What a jewel. Well, that's good. Okay. I got that same old phone ringtone. Well, you see, on my phone, it's not a ringtone. It's an actual bell. Okay. Rick, I did talk about you a lot in the beginning, and then I would pop on your live streams and constantly... Okay, this is weird because I didn't start doing live streams until this year. So I don't think this is the real Carrie. So I think that Meathead is right. This may be a fake account. So what I'm going to do at this point, I'm going to assume that this may not be Carrie. So we're going to go with this for entertainment value. Okay. Anyone else imagining elevator music like we are at home while Rick takes care of business? Well, I can do that too. I do have elevator music on my phone system. But ever since Milton got his paws onto the terminal, he scrambled everything up. But I'll fix that. Okay, we have a retracted message. Carrie, I know you're putting a lot of work into your project. Okay. Seriously, I feel like Rick was a friend, and then I popped down a couple of these live streams and just heard him constantly talking negatively. Well, I have to tell you, I have never said anything negative about Carrie from Homestead Hal. What I have talked about is that the movie may bomb, and we have to be prepared for that. Okay. Let's see. Rick would talk negatively and then a couple hours friendly on my live stream. Kind of two-faced. Yeah, this must be a bot. I don't think this is the real Carrie. But we'll find out when he has his live stream. Documenting the difference in beach photos 80 years ago and now is important, and the lost war on obesity. Well, if everybody ate like I did, there would be no obesity from what I can tell. Some people watch due to negativity and controversy. Well, that's good. But we only have 40-something. We don't have 140-something. So it's not working. Let's see. Are sardines the secret to battling inflammation? That's a good question. Okay. Carrie, you have no idea about my history and you are attacking me. Wow. A little old lady with a pacemaker and defibrillator who once had an EF, I guess that's ejection fraction of 12. I improved 10 years ago. Okay. Carrie been here lurking. If it really is him, which I don't know. We'll find out. Not negativity. I did not understand it that way. How is it not negative suggesting my documentary is going to bomb? I got news for you. It might. It might bomb. Deluding yourself into thinking that everything is going to succeed is a sure way to get discouraged. And I know a lot of people that they get all into something, and when it doesn't work, they just give up. So they're going to be like all excited about something and then they give up. I learned a long time ago, and this is just advice from Rick. So let me show you what I'm saying. If for some reason you have this great idea and you're thinking positively of it, you have the right to do that. The problem is you got to realize if plan A doesn't work, you might have to go with plan B. And this is the problem. If you think that everything that you did is going to be 100% successful, you're setting yourself up for failure. But on the other hand, if you realize, hey, I'm going to do my best and I'm going to see what happens. And if it doesn't work, if it bombs, I'm not going to get discouraged. I'm going to try something else. That's fine. You can do that. That's what I'm trying to say. So if for some reason you consider that to be negative, then you need to rethink the way that you look. Okay. Let's get back to these comments. It's not even my documentary. It's Bill's story. It's Jeff's story. It's Maggie's story. So I'm kind of offended on behalf of the people who have these life-changing stories. Now, again, I'm not trashing the stories. Not at all. What I'm telling you is that I am a little bit tired of hearing over and over and over again. It's like the whole Maggie story. She has never been on your channel, ever. The only channel she's ever been on was Dr. Chafee's channel. And it was actually Bart K that told me about it. And then it went on to Anthony Chafee's channel, and then she did her story. She hasn't been around since then. So, again, when the movie comes out, hopefully people will still remember her. They may not remember. Who knows? But again, if anybody gets personally offended by critique, that's not a good thing. And I'm not the only one that's been saying this about the stories. Now, we know Jeff's story. That was a really good thing. And I've said many times, it's a really good thing because Jeff is no longer with us. And my friend Russ obviously was very close to Jeff. So it took a toll on him. But again, that's fine. And again, I've said many times, you can make the documentary. That's great. I'm glad that you're making the documentary. What I am against is the whole kind of closed loop. You have your Healing Humanity group. And again, I don't even know if this is really Carrie. It may be a bot. Who knows? But if it is Carrie, what I'm trying to tell you is that having a group that you have to pay to be in, and then constantly documentary. I understand you're not making any money out of this. You're not getting rich from the documentary. But it's taking a long time. And by the time it comes out there, it may have been forgotten. So I don't know. Now, for us in the carnivore community, I'm sure everyone in the carnivore community is going to want to see the documentary because we're kind of invested in it already. But when it comes time to the actual premiere of the documentary for a mass appeal, this trend may have already passed. And I hate to say it, and I really don't want to say it, but you can see from the ridiculous sugar diet that people are promoting, the carnivore diet could go the way of the keto diet. And again, the keto diet is still here, but it's not trending anymore. So that's the way it is. All right. And Jimette says, Homestead Hal, oh no, Rick doesn't seem like that kind of guy of being two-faced, no fighting, please. Well, if I was two-faced, I wouldn't be doing this in public. I'd be doing it behind your back. Anyone can look at my live stream, and we're all pretty much in the same channels. So everything that I say in one channel, I'm going to say here. But again, that's all there is to it. Okay, let's see what else we got here. We just want to see it happen soon. Looking forward to it. That's right. It's taking a long time. We want to see it happening. And this is Carrie is high energy. Is that even Carrie's icon? I think it is. Your documentary will be amazing when it comes out in 2050. Okay. Were you lurking here? All right. Yeah. And that's why he called in. That's it. Okay. Yes. Yes, I've never seen Rick being two-faced. You can look at all my interviews and what I say, and I always say the exact same thing. Okay. We film 54 interviews all over the world, including several people over the course of a year. We know. You've been telling us that for a while, if you're actually Carrie, which I begin to doubt. I'm excited to see it soon. Yeah, most people in the carnivore community will be glad to see it. Wood in Miami. Man, the humidity and heat would just ruin that. Wasn't there indigenous pine? Well, yes. We have what's known as Dade County pine, which is basically just South Florida slash pine. And because of the way that it grows here, it tends to grow denser. Now, thanks to development and early agriculture, it was all wiped out. But the pine that grows here grows in coral rock, and therefore it tends to have a higher calcium. Also, there's silica in that wood, so it is more durable and it is more resistant to termite damage. I will try that coconut oil on teeth. Okay, that works. Okay. Let's see. It's going to take a time to go through all these comments. Isn't it funny how when somebody says they're Homestead Hal, everybody pops in? Love, love, love Dave Mack. Yes, we do too. Okay. When a guy with Carrie's reputation attacks Rick and myself, I am over the whole thing. I hardly ever comment because of this stuff. I can do carnivore by myself. That's the beauty of the carnivore lifestyle. You can do it by yourself. You don't need anybody else. Now, some people do. Some people have doubts. It's like if you're going to go into the water, let's say you're going in the Everglades and you need to cross a small body of water. And you're thinking, well, I know there's gators out here and water moccasins. I don't really want to go in that water. You know, and thankfully it's not mating season. Gator mating season starts now. and it goes for at least a couple months. So if it's like end of May into July, you probably do not want to go into the water, because if you go into the water, well, let's just say you might find that you're going to lose weight the way that Bart K says. You might lose your leg or something. But on the other hand, if you see other people walking through the water, you'll go, well, that person made it, maybe I can make it. And that's really what it is. So for some people, knowing that other people are on the carnivore diet is going to give them the ability to stay with it. But again, if you're a quack like me and you've been doing it for a long time, if you've already been doing it over 5 years, you don't need anybody. You can continue to do it. Okay, Mitch Glitch at Rick's place. All right, Rick is still going like the carnivore Energizer Ducky. Well, there you go. This you, bro. Okay. Carrie attacked your reputation. It's not fun to watch fights in the chat. I respect what you're doing with stories from all over, but be nice, please. All right? I'm not attacking anyone. I popped on the live stream and heard Rick saying the documentary is going to bomb, and basically it's a waste of time. Okay? Bill Not Story is a waste of time. He's a good friend. That's insulting. Now, again, I'm not saying it's a waste of time. What I'm saying is that there's too much time being spent trying to make it perfect. It might be better just to do a lot less of the crazy editing. But again, I don't even think this is really Carrie. I got a funny feeling the more I read this, it just does not seem like him at all. But who knows? Okay. Right, Peter. I agree. I've never seen Carrie attack anyone. It's not in his DNA. And honestly, I don't think Carrie has the time to watch my channel. He's too busy with all the things that he's doing. Between the editing, between managing all the streams that he does, the group and all that, I'm sure he's got way too much to do. Plus, it's a weekend. He's probably out having fun with his family, not spending time on my channel. But that's okay. It stresses me out. I wouldn't get stressed over it. What's the problem? No, it's not. You get too many followers. People get weird. That is true. Okay. This is good entertainment, I have to admit. Whoever's doing this is really pretty creative. I think someone's trying to stir up division here. Comes on my live stream a couple hours being friendly. Well, the reason I go on the Homestead How live stream is because a lot of other people that are on my stream go there. So I go in there and I make comments. That's just the way it is. That's YouTube in general. And you are welcome, whoever you are, to make comments in my live stream. Whether you really are Homestead How or whether you are a clone of Homestead How. Okay, that's a good point. In the ocean, it will be a drop. That is correct. The documentary is taking long and people will grumble. That is right. It's like a 6-hour live stream. Second I pop on, he's talking to me about it again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have a funny feeling, as our meathead said, there's just somebody's trying to stir up controversy, but that's a good thing because that means, I mean, think about it. You ever seen the restaurant called the Heart Attack Grill? I'm sure I've mentioned it many times. I've never been there. But the idea of the Heart Attack Grill was to stir up controversy. So he gets more business by bragging about how he's going to give you a heart attack. And that's the thing. You can think about all the people that the trolls go after. They're the ones that are going to blow up. So you may get more people watching my channel, And I'm sure that on the next Homestead How video, if it really is Carrie, he would explain it, and maybe he'll find out about it and explain that it wasn't him. So that's pretty good. Maybe that'll get more interest. See, if we can stir up more controversy, maybe more people will want to watch the Homestead How Healing Humanity video. So in a roundabout way, we may be helping Carrie get more interest. If the longest carnivore known to man is over there having some kind of a debate with a real or fake account, doesn't that mean there must be something in the video that you might want to see? All right. People can grumble if they'd like. It takes long to film people over the course of an entire year. We filmed 54 people. We have our final interview with Dr. Baker next week. Well, everybody knows that because it was interviewed. Okay. How dare Rick have an opinion on his live stream on your project? Right? That is pretty funny. I like that. They say it's good to be talked about. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Community makes it better. I can't begin to tell what a difference Professor K, Dr. Vasquez, and Jonathan made in my life. It's interesting how Jonathan seems to be ignored in some of these carnivore documentaries. But, you know, he is in a far off place, so who knows? But anyway, Carrie, I'm a big fan of yours. We're all a big fan of Carrie. We wouldn't be watching his videos and commenting on his live streams and videos if we were not his fan. So, will the real Carrie make some clear up this information? Let's hope he does. And as you can see, my comments are blowing up. This is YouTube gold right here. Hopefully YouTube doesn't take it down. I have a feeling this video is going to get a lot of views. I guess it's a good thing that YouTube decided to monetize it. Let's see if I can actually make $10 for the whole year on YouTube. Okay. Hey, Carrie. I don't know if it's Carrie or Jenny writing, but it's not what Rick is saying. I think just your film takes so long time, and it's a huge project, and people are, you know, common already. Okay. Drama teenager. I really don't think that's him. I can't imagine Carrie being like that. But whoever it is, I appreciate you being here and getting more interest in my channel. Because the thing is, until I drop dead of a heart attack, and that could be any day, I'm going to be around. I am not leaving the carnivore diet. I started this diet with a goal, and the goal was to get a massive heart attack and drop dead and be out of this world. And I am going to get that heart attack that I seek, because the world that we live in is a disaster. And the only way that we can make our lives better is by the people that we know, the contacts we make, and the ability that we have to work together. Because really it's us against a broken system, a system that is designed to exploit us. And that's it. Okay. Thanks, Papa Carnivore. I'm a big fan of you too. I may be your #1 fan. There you go. If you feel unwanted on one channel, unsubstantiated, and go to the next one. Maybe you mean unsubscribed. All right. Yes, unsubscribe. I seriously doubt it. Okay. There you go. Now see, if people are saying it's taking so long, I wonder if you've been getting other complaints. I think it is the real Carrie. Interesting. Okay. I miss your day after fundraising. You know what? Today's AI, it could be anybody. Somebody could make a video in Carrie's likeness, and it wouldn't be him. So we'll see. I 100% assure you it's real Carrie. I don't know. The more comments I get, the lower and lower the percentage is going. I'd say maybe 10%. Pretty soon it'll be 1%. Do Do you think this is really Carrie calling Rick two-faced? But drama not good. It could be. I'm sorry if people don't like me being negative in the comments and standing up for myself and the stories in my documentary. Well, if it really is you, Carrie, which I doubt, you're not negative. I 100% support people putting their viewpoint in my channel. And I'm not going to delete any of these comments. In fact, my comments should be recorded. I always put the chat replay. So you can go back if this is still here a year or two later, or whenever the documentary comes out, and see. But I have my doubts. I really do. Okay, we love Bill. The point of the documentary is to follow people like Bill, not for a year, to watch the healing of carnivore. So it all takes time. Yes, it does. Well, again, I don't think this is a real Carrie, but if it is a real Carrie, let me say this one more time, and hopefully you will be able, whoever you are, whether you are Carrie or whether you are AI, let me tell you what I'm trying to say. I am not saying that your documentary is going to bomb. I said it can bomb. It can bomb. I could build an engine for one of my cars, and it'll run really great, or other times it'll just blow up. Those things happen. What I'm trying to say is that if you don't succeed, you need to try and try again. But if you put all your eggs in one basket and that basket breaks, you have nothing left. So what I'm trying to say is this. Try to do the best you can and don't strive for perfection. Because even if you make it exactly perfect in your view and the view of other people you see, it may not go. Sometimes the stupidest things go viral. The important thing is that you have good relationships with people and that you don't fight with each other. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's it. So, all right. Okay. New carnivores need community, and we should all be helpful. I agree. And that's what I always say. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I have a feeling I'll never catch up. This is crazy. Okay. Yep. Yes, it was. Yes, we all are supporting Bill. Nobody is against him. And see, he has a YouTube channel, so he can share his story with us. I love his cat, by the way. It was Daisy that inspired me to take Milton that my neighbor found. So Bill has already had quite an effect on me. Okay? All right. Hey, Carrie, keep up good work. Billin is my favorite, too. Carrie's just speaking his mind. That's okay. Yes, it is. If it really is Carrie, which I don't know. If it is, I respect that. If it's not, well, whoever you are, then I guess you're speaking your mind. So either a real person or a computer is speaking their mind. Now, you got to remember that Carrie has a rather large team of people on there. So it is possible that somebody else, maybe in the Healing Humanity group, I don't know who has access to the channel information, may be doing this. But evidently, I have touched a nerve with somebody, and I have no reason to doubt that there's somebody out there. But I mean, it could be AI. Anything's possible. It's all because we know when the documentary starts, it's like waiting for a pregnant woman to have her baby. Huh? Okay. Bill not hanging out at midnight with daylight. Hey, it's an Alaska lifestyle. Rick is welcome to speak his mind too. It's a free country, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I don't know if he's, well, whatever. It's a labor pains. There you go. I wish as Rick is hiding a documentary, you realize he's not talking about me. He's talking about Bill, Jeff, Maggie, 54 people. Again, I have never criticized the documentary. What I'm criticizing is the amount of time and money that has gone into something that may not be as successful as you think. That's what I'm criticizing. So what I'm trying to do is get you ready for a possible letdown. And I've heard other people say this. I've had people email me. But the thing is, unless somebody gives me strict, you can share my email with them, I'm not going to share the emails that I get because I am very much a believer in privacy. This is the reason why I have the call-in line. You don't have to identify your name. So this way, you can go ahead and talk to me, and that's it. And, if somebody from the Healing Humanity group wants to call in, you're welcome. The phone number is here. Phone is always available. All right. His cat is popular. My cat is useless. It doesn't show up well. Well, my cat is actually quite popular, but he's a destructive animal. He has a very mischievous nature, which is fine. Yeah. I love following Bill Knott. Yes, I think we all do. And has anybody here criticized Bill Knott? Have you ever heard me criticize Bill Knott? No. I talk highly of him. I won't even criticize Carrie. I think Carrie's awesome. Have I ever criticized Carrie? Of course not. I love his channel. He's a great guy. Yep. Let's hope so. Well, if it really was Carrie, he probably would. I doubt it. Well, again, now you see, this is a point I'm trying to make. I knew people that were saying, oh, Jeff's he's going to win against cancer. Well, he did win against cancer, even though he died, because he was able to improve his life. And this is a point I'm trying to make. Even if the documentary bombs out, even if very few people watch it, still, people are going to watch it. And it's going to be out there. And eventually, people will find it. But it may be years after the whole thing is kind of blown over. What I'm just trying to say is that you have to prepare for something you don't expect. It's like when a hurricane is coming. You don't know what's going to happen next. You have to be able to basically deal with what happens. You have to be adaptable. You have to be able to change your view. You may try the carnivore diet and it doesn't work for you. I know people that have tried it and it did not work for them. They had to modify it. Telling everybody that the carnivore diet is going to fix all your problems, that's a recipe for disaster. You're going to fail. I guarantee it. Now, if you tell a person, I had a good experience with it. I know this other person that had good experience with it. You might want to try it. You know that old saying, try it, you might like it? That's what I'm trying to say. It's very important that the option be there. But if you're going to push something as a cure-all for all the world's problems, you're basically setting yourself up for failure. You're going to end up with people against you. Pretty soon governments will be against you. People will start coming out saying, I tried the carnivore diet and it failed. I had this disease or that disease, and they gave me false hope that I was going to cure cancer and they didn't do it. Now, again, you want to see somebody who has been battling cancer and winning? You ever remember David or DC? His channel used to be called DC Learning to Live. He's changed the name of the channel a few times. You know him, don't you? Well, you don't see him out there in all the real popular groups, but he's out there and he's still living the carnivore lifestyle and he's thriving. There's a lot of people out there that just don't make the spotlight, and they are just as inspiring as the ones that are being put into the spotlight or being studied. So, again, we will see. And I'm not saying, and I don't believe this nonsense. People talk about like a prosperity doctrine or whatever, that you can speak things into existence. I think that's BS. Whether the documentary becomes popular or whether it bombs out at the box office doesn't matter. That is out of your control. And there's nothing you can do about it. But what I'm saying is, don't put all your eggs in that basket. You need to start thinking about what can we do to support the people that are in the food system and agriculture and each other. And the people that are not in the position that they can spend a lot of money or do a lot of different things, we need to concentrate also on the people that are having a lot of difficulty and they're trying to find their way along. And don't minimize them. Make sure that you keep them in mind, because there's a lot of us out there, and really when it comes down to it, our success is just as important as the people that are put in the forefront. And by the way, in any group, if you put people in the forefront, what happens if one of those people or some of them eventually fail? Remember that show, The Biggest Loser? What happened to most of those people? Most of them got fatter than when they started. The long-term effects were not good. Now, thankfully, I think in the carnivore community, I just don't see that happening. For example, Kerry, he's never going to go back to duck food. He's going to be carnivore till the day he dies. And Bill, do you think Bill wants to go back to dying, basically? He's not going to give up the carnivore diet. We know that. And most of the people that you see in these carnivore groups, they're not going to give up. But then you have the other people who struggle constantly. They may be carnivore, they may fall off the wagon, then they go back to carnivore, and we support them too. I know some in the carnivore community will criticize them. You're not carnivore enough, and I don't do that. I go on those channels and I support them. Just because somebody is struggling, the worst thing you can do is try and knock them down. And you'll never see me do that. In fact, I challenge anyone out there to find a video or even a small part of a video where I criticize an individual and I say that that individual is a fraud or that individual is going to fail, because I never do that. I never do that. That's not the way that I am. He's doing good. His words about doing things the hard way, not taking the easy route. Okay? That's right. That sounds like Bill. We just returned from filming Jeff's best friend Dwight. Story is also going to be in our documentary. Yes, I saw that. Yes, Jeff's story will inspire millions and help people and their families with cancer to heal and live. I think so. I'm sure of that. I can assure you, the documentary is not going to bomb. But I guess you guys will just have to wait and see. Okay. That sounds like a very good statement. I understand. But why can't they just talk it out privately? You know firsthand. I respect Kerry and his family. I watch his channel. I know he is spreading the carnivore true stories. Yes, Thomas, I agree. Something isn't right. Okay? They don't know each other. All right. Okay. Yep. Yep, that's a form of Linux. I haven't heard Knoppix for a while. All right. I just want to say I hope everyone can be positive. No hard feelings, Rick, but I don't appreciate several times now you've talked down about me or the documentary in the future. Just reach out. I would reach out, but you're just way too busy. I'm not going to bother you with this silliness. My opinions don't matter to anyone except for me and the handful of people that watch my lives. But I guess there's something going on that I'm not aware of. So we'll refrain from talking about, the group or the chat or any of that stuff. I'm not going to do that. So, but I'm going to wait and see if it really is Kerry. And if it really is you, Kerry, I won't even talk about your documentary anymore. But I have a feeling it may not be. Dwight will eventually help heal hundreds or even thousands of people in his community and also around the world through your videos and the documentary. Yep. Talk in private, not live. Peter said it's really Kerry. I don't know. But again, if Kerry wants to talk to me, he can simply pick up the phone at any time and call me. And if I'm not working, I'll be glad to talk to him. I don't think, I mean, the last time I actually talked to Carrie is when we had a 24-hour live stream and I did a short interview, but I don't think I've ever talked to him since then. Worse than Mitch and Peter. Well, you got to remember, there's a lot of similarities between me and Mitch. Think about Rick being older and having eaten duck food for a while, and that's pretty what Mitch is. So there's nothing wrong with having a disagreement or a discussion like that. That's actually a sign of a healthy friendship. That's my opinion. When you agree with somebody all the time, you're basically doing them a disservice. If everybody went over to Carrie and said, "Oh, I love your documentary. It's going to be so great," and you keep telling him all these things, he's going to get, and they're just going to keep doing it. And then when it fails, he's going to get all upset about it. But if you keep telling him, "Hey, you might want to think of this, you might want to think of that," you're going to be a lot more intuitive, and you may make a few adjustments. And even if it does fail, you're going to go, what's a big deal? That's fine. All right. You get to Dwight's how to start his channel. Mitch and I are buddies. Yes, that's what I was saying. I'm going to convince him to his YouTube channel. He's very busy. That's a good way of thinking of it. Dwight, there you go. I was just on camera on Mitch's members only live stream on Thursday for over an hour. That's great. Hey, Carrie, I'm sure Rick is not there to undermine you or your project. No way. And you are right, Bacon Baby. I support his documentary. Now, I can't send him any money because I'm too broke. But if I had the money, I would send him money. Of course I would. I have no problem. It's just, I don't understand why it's a big deal. That's just what I'm saying. You can do whatever you want. And everyone, I encourage them. I've said many times, if you have the money and you support it, send it to Carrie so he can finish his video, his documentary. But what I am saying is that don't be surprised if by the time it comes out, it doesn't have the reach that you're looking for. That's what I'm saying. If I ever told anyone that Carrie should not make the documentary, again, find that video clip and put it on YouTube so that you can show me that I said the wrong thing. And I'm willing to admit, I don't have a problem with that. I have no issues whatsoever with the project. I think it's a good project. The issue I have is just you're getting people all hyped up for something that may or may not go mainstream. And again, even if it doesn't go mainstream, if it just appeals to the carnivore community, it was worth it. And you're making a story that's going to last for a long time, long after we're gone, and people can look at it, and that's it. So anyway, if it is the real Carrie, I hope that you will reach out to me in an email or phone call, and we will discuss this out, because I know that there are misunderstandings. Yes, that is true. Okay. Negative, gossipy about me. Okay. Totally happy talking in private. The only reason I brought it up here publicly is because this Rick's third live stream I've watched. All three, he was talking negatively, gossipy about me on this project. Well, I hate to say it, but I don't agree with that. I'm not gossiping because I'm saying it right out here in public. I've even mentioned it on Carrie's live stream in the comments. I put in the comments, I think one time I put by the time the documentary comes out, the carnivore trend will have passed. I remember I put that in there. I put comments all the time. So all I'm doing is saying the same thing that I say every time. Peter, to be honest, I think Mitch tolerates you. Hey, maybe he does. It doesn't matter. Carrie, my husband watched you before Carnivore, and now we all start around the same time. The homesteading thing is pretty neat. I think a lot of times, though, Carrie doesn't see my comments because he's just too busy. When you got as many viewers as he does, and again, I've never had more than maybe 60. Let's see how many I have now. Where am I? Here it is. Okay, what am I doing here? All right. I lost my OBS. What did I just do? Okay, here we go. It says 42 watching. Let me refresh this. I don't know how I can get this to come up in the OBS. 47 watching. So there's only 47 people watching. If it is the real Carrie, I'll be very surprised because I have a feeling that the real Carrie has a lot more to do than watch some quack do a channel. Now, where did my... Got 47. Oh, my goodness. Where did it go? There we are. All right. Okay. Peter says he is Carrie. Okay. I guess you're talking about Mitch. Did you watch the members live stream on Thursday night? I don't think you're right. Said some very nice things about me. Day 803. Well, that's good. If this is the real Carrie and not a bot, I know you're going to continue for the rest of your life. You will never go off the carnivore diet. So if the real Carrie is watching or will watch when this is replayed, I have 100% faith that you're going to continue because you know what the carnivore diet can do. And that's the reason why you're so excited to make a documentary and to have your group and have everybody go in there and experience what carnivore can do. And that's important. Okay. When do you think documentary will be out? Carnivores who have family members who don't understand our way of life may get some enlightenment if they watch it. And I agree. I wish that the documentary would have been out when my parents were alive, especially my dad, because I think my dad would have benefited tremendously from seeing it. And I think a lot of people are going to benefit from the documentary, but I just don't think it's going to be a mass success. And again, it's still a success because even if the few thousand carnivores that are out there that are active on YouTube, I mean, Carrie's channel has what, 200,000 or more? There's a lot of people there that can watch it. I would say, at a minimum, when the documentary eventually comes out, there's going to be at least 10 million people watching it. I would say that 10 million people are going to see this documentary. Now, out of those 10 million people, how many people are going to be moved by it? I don't know, maybe half, maybe 5 million. Still a lot of people. So it's not a waste of time. But the problem is, I just don't see what the big deal is if somebody criticizes it, because you know what? It's like the duck people say, the proof is in the pudding. What happens is going to be determined when you send it out. And I hope I get to see it before I have my heart attack, because the way I'm going, I think I'll have my heart attack long before the documentary comes out. Yes, probably a bot. And there's another entropy hashtag. That's it. This bot has a huge ego. 803 days. See? Peter Papa Carnivore. Now, I know Peter Papa Carnivore is a real person because he's been on my live, with Russ, who I also know is a real person. And Russ is an amazing individual. I really like him. And I'm sure that when I get to meet Carrie, I'm going to like him too. And I have a feeling Carrie's going to like me because when he sees me in person and realizes that I'm actually a good guy, I think it would be good. So whatever this is, okay. So this is a repeat. I think this is a bot. We filmed. Yeah, this has got to be a bot. There's no way that this could be the real Carrie. Because look at this. Okay. Yeah. Papa Carnivore, I hope to be able to come to Montello Theater to see the premiere. Yeah. That would be awesome. Isn't the Montello Theater a great little place? Even though I don't think they have a parking lot, I have to remember, if they did or not. That's a really old theater. What I'd like to see, I saw that picture of when they had the neon marquee in the front. In the future, maybe we could get a fundraiser together and build him a new neon marquee that would look like the old one. If he could get the county over there to approve it, I think it would look a lot better than the barn they put on the front of it. He could fix up his theater a little bit, give it that nice vintage look again. And he puts a lot of time into his theater. He makes tickets available for free for the veterans. He keeps his price $5. I'm sure, now I hate movies, but if I had a movie theater like that with a family that ran it, I might actually take my time and spend the $5 or whatever it is just to go there to hang out, because the Montello Theater, in my opinion, is super interesting. We used to have places like that here. They're all gone. But the fact that that's still there, and then of course he has his homestead, he has his animals. Kerry has a great life, and he's a very appealing person. He has an attractive and interesting family. It's no wonder that his channel has as many people as it does. In fact, let's just pop over there and see how many people he has. All right, let's go back to Kerry's channel, and you can see that he has 319,000 subscribers. And you can see I am subscribed to his channel, have been for several years. And you have the link for his documentary. And again, if you wish to donate, you could go there to the GoFundMe page and donate to his documentary. You can see that he's only about 51% there. So I would encourage you, if you want, you have some extra money and you would like to donate, you could go ahead and donate. It even gives names of the people. Some are anonymous, whatever. Look, you can even donate $10. Why not? If you have the money and you feel like this movie is going to be a good thing, I encourage you to donate to it. And I've said this many times. He's only 51% there. So if you could help him raise another $250,000 because he wants to get $500K, it's not cheap to make a movie. So why not? You should donate. Look, $25, $50. If I had the money, I'd send him $1,000 like Dr. Kiltz did. But at this point, it's a choice between me eating and sending any money. So we're not going to do that, but that's up to you. Okay. And let's see. Now, he had a video, so 3 hours ago. That's kind of interesting. Oh, well. Anyway, if you look at his channel, let's see, when did he start his channel? He started on 2015. Okay. So that's good. Now, let's take a look at the ultimate quack. Where's that stupid quack? Here he is. July 12, 2007. So what that means is that in about a month and a couple weeks, it's going to be 18 years on YouTube. Interesting. All right. And again, anytime you want, there's my email address. It's not that hard to find. So if the real Kerry is out there, and you have my email address because you sent me emails in the past, but I think that's just a bot. We have 43 people watching, so we don't have a lot. My channel just doesn't have the reach that the fancy ones do. Okay. Anyway, yes, I do. And the thing is, I'll show it to you. Okay. It's almost noon, and we are way behind in the comments. So let's make these comments move. I could sleep in the chicken coop. Did you? Okay, that's a good question. Okay. I don't mind doing chores. Energy, yep. It's not beautiful or popular. Dr. Vasquez dropped a lovely bit of info, and I didn't feel so bad about it. Yes, setting yourself up for failure. And again, personally, I don't think Carrie would do that. Carrie is a very positive and entertaining person. We all hope it's very successful. And I hope it is very successful. But if it isn't, we need to be prepared, because if it bombs, don't give up. Don't let it drag you down. Whether the documentary does well or bombs, doesn't matter. We're still here. We're still doing our thing. I don't want my girlfriend to dump me and find a more handsome, skinny man. Well, Peter, that's not going to happen. And with your testosterone, she may run away from you. Does anybody see what his testosterone went up to? It's crazy. I think it almost tripled. That's insane. Might need to switch to the sugar diet. Don't you dare do that. Okay. As long as you're eating like you should, the pounds should go back off. You still work at Macy's Furniture, okay? Okay, this is important. Until Carrie admits on his channel it's him, I surmise this is a troll, and I agree. So, if Carrie emails me, that's great. If not, let's assume it's a troll. Yes, I'm at the Fort Lauderdale location. I guess they must have closed the other one or something. And look, it's Johnny. I love Carrie and I love Rick as well. And we love you too. You're out there sprinting. You're losing weight. This is another one of our carnivore success stories. And despite sort of obstacles on the road, he doesn't stop. And that's very important. So I agree. Yep. When I'm at my girlfriend's house, I often go off plan a bit and she eats low-carb keto. You know what? It's not the end of the world. If you want to dabble in the duck food or whatever, but she does eat low-carb keto, and you know what? Keto is not bad. And if you do like sweet stuff, which I don't, some of that keto stuff is pretty good. And again, you can look at the Chris Cooking Natural channel, or you can look at his friend Dustin, Keto Simple. You ever checked out Dustin's channel? He's usually here. I don't see him now, but he's usually here, and he has usually a Sunday morning. But see, now he's got to compete with Mitch, and I have to work a little bit tomorrow, but 8:30 in the morning, you know I'm going to be there on Mitch's channel because Thomas is there. So we can't neglect our carnivore people because, okay, which one's getting married? I don't track on the girls much. I guess they're talking about Carrie's channel. All right. Had some salad, a baked sweet potato, huh? And dessert when I was there. And it packed on the pounds. But over the last week at home, I'm strict carnivore. See, and Peter knows if you fall into the duck food, you're going to be waddling and quacking in no time. I'm very grateful for both. Carrie was the first person to accept me into the community, I guess. And for that, I'll always be grateful. Again, does anybody have a bad thing to say about Carrie? Absolutely not. I never say anything bad about Carrie. I think he's awesome. You can look at all my lives. You'll never see me personally attack any of these people. I don't do ad hominem attacks. I go by the works, not by the person. You could be a person I don't like, but if you do a good thing, I'm going to say it. It's just the way that I am. I decided to have ground beef with ground sausage breakfast. Not bad. Sounds good. It is very easy to impersonate someone. And see, Barquet, again, this has happened as well. So I'm using this for entertainment value. I don't assume that anyone here is real. Well, I guess I do assume because, Peter is real. I mean, come on. There's no way that you could fake this guy. He's too much of a quack. Yes. Thank you. I agree. You are still going. You are a beast. Well, I'm not a beast. I'm a quack. I guess technically a quack is a beast. Yeah, you can tell by what Carrie was saying that it could only be him, not an impersonator. You sure about that? I don't know. I didn't see anything there that wasn't publicly known. But it doesn't matter. because Peter says he knows the difference. So according to Peter, this is a vote that it really was Carrie here. But again, until I get a direct message from Carrie, and if it's an email, it better not be a fake one. So let me see here. I don't see any emails from Carrie, so I have no idea. Stupid spam mails. So I doubt it. I would think that if it really was Carrie, he would probably send me an email, but oh well. Anyway, let's see. Oh boy. We're going to have to go into turbo mode over here. Hurricane season starts tomorrow. Yes, it does. But we don't get hurricanes until like the 3rd week of August. I had someone try and impersonate me on Mitch's live stream and try to get Mitch mad. See what I mean? So Peter knows that impersonations can happen. Yes, it is. Okay. I wasn't sure, but I think it is really Carrie. I'm sorry, Carrie, about my doubts. I'm not going to assume anything. I have no idea who that was. But the next time Carrie does a video, if it really was him, I'm sure that he will say it. Peter says it's Carrie. Whatever. I could care less. It was horrible, but thankfully Mitch was able to hide the impersonator. Yes. I could have hid this one, but the thing is, if it really is Carrie, I'm not going to hide it. Carrie would know. WrestleMania got started. I don't think we're going to have a WrestleMania, a Rick versus Carrie match. That would be pretty funny, I have to admit. That would be too funny. Good morning, Rick, watching from Philippines. More power to your channel. Well, thank you, John Michael, VP Rosanis. Glad to see you again. All publicity is good publicity. I love Rick and Carrie. Well, Johnny, I love the fact that you love us because we're all on the same team. If you're going to be a champion, you got to be with the right team. Anyone who is impersonating someone on YouTube is pathetic. Yeah, especially on a little channel like mine. I can't imagine. If it really was Carrie, he's just moved up into my respect level. If the real Carrie took time from his busy day to comment on my channel, you went from a 10 to a 15. So you're way up there. You've always been my carnivore ambassador, as I've said many times. Jonathan needs people more lately. He's hurting bad with spine trouble. I saw that he had a video where he was actually feeling better. But I hope that Jonathan is getting some relief. Again, he's too far away. I can't really do anything for him other than try to promote his channel. But if you're able to help Jonathan any way, please do, because Jonathan is a real person. And, I think he deserves, for all the effort he's put into this, he deserves some kind of recognition. And help is always a good thing because, believe me, we can all use it. It's like me. I could use a few rolls of roofing paper and a flywheel for my truck and maybe some roof cement. That would help me tremendously. But I'm not going to expect it because everybody has their own problems and not everyone can help everybody else. Yeah, vegan repair kit. That is cute. With the aggressive veggies. That's pretty funny. Yep. Okay, Meathead brings up a good point. Remember when he was upset with Carnivore Kip, he addressed it on his channel. That is correct. So let's see what Carrie does. If Carrie is really here on my channel, he will address it on his channel. And if I miss it because I'm working, please go ahead and email me or comment on whatever video I put in there. And then that way I can look at it because it'll be interesting. And again, having a disagreement with somebody is not a bad thing. It's actually a very good thing. I have disagreements with my friends all the time. In fact, I've had some pretty heated disagreements that almost become physical. But that's just normal. And you know what? In the end, we all end up benefiting. Every single time. Every time that I've had to really get into it, because some people are just, they're like this, there's no way to avoid that. It's just part of life. So anyway, that's important. It's called venting. Yes, that is correct. Game over, right? Nothing is guaranteed to not fail. That is correct. Basically, entropy in physics and the fact that we're alive and we're going to be dead, all of us are going to either become ashes or compost. That is guaranteed. Okay. Well, this is not our intent. If you've ever seen the real Kerry handle criticism, he always takes it head on. I've made comments on his channel. For example, I made one comment about his carnivore community, and he said that it's not for me. It's for people that need the help. So the real Kerry is ready to take on any controversy. He will not ignore it. The real Kerry is a real man. He is not a fraud. So that's something that... Now, Jiffy says, I come here to watch and engage in community. I'm so over this that I'll have to start my day over. Whomever it is, AI or Kerry, they have succeeded in running me off. Well, you shouldn't run away from my channel because I am real. You couldn't duplicate this with AI. What you see here and me with the sniffling and all that, I am not AI, and I deliberately leave myself this way so you know that I'm a real person. Some people can't handle the internet. That is correct. Kip has dreadful depression and needs more people to look in that aren't just there to kick him down. And you notice when I watch Carnivore Kip's videos, I comment on them. And I've never kicked him down, have I? Ask Carnivore Kip what he thinks about Rick. I'm sure he thinks Rick's a good guy. In fact, I don't know anyone in the carnivore community that would say that I'm a bad guy, because I'm not. There are those that don't pay taxes. That's correct. I don't pay income tax, but I pay a ton of property tax. I guess if you're homeless, you don't pay any taxes. Well, sales tax probably. If you can't handle being gaslit, stay out of the interwebs. Exactly. Did Kip quit carnivore? No. Kip did not quit carnivore. I think what happened with Kip is he took the name carnivore out of his channel because he was tired of these people criticizing him for no reason. Kip Moore is doing the best that he can. He not only has obesity to deal with, but he also has, some psychological issues to deal with. And I think he's sick and tired of these losers, trolls or whatever you call them, criticizing him, making fun of him. So, but he's still carnivore. He's still a meat eater. And I think in many ways, he's even better now than he was a couple of years ago when he started on YouTube. It used to be Carnivore Kip's Cast Iron and something. He's changed the name. Now he just calls it Kip Moore. And I hope we all like Mr. Kip, because I know that in the end, he's going to succeed. He has his daughter, Abigail. He's going to succeed. I guarantee it. Just like I said, Mitch will recover from his stroke. Kip is going to succeed. But when the losers keep trying to tear him down, I think it's more jealousy than anything else. Rick, I think Kerry knows it could bomb like Tom Cruise could be a Mission Impossible. Yes, it could. Kerry's not stupid. I mean, come on. Kerry is a movie enthusiast. He bought a movie theater. The guy loves movies. And I think he's living his dream right now to make a movie about something he's passionate about. And that's what he's doing. So, and he's not even being paid for it. He just wants to do it. That's like if I had a chance to start, Rick's Iguana Ranch. I know here in Florida and Texas, they have a very popular ranch. What was the guy's name? His last name was King. So he called his ranch King Ranch. And they use a snake as a symbol. It's like a W snake. And that thing is still going to this day. So it'd be nice if you had like Rick's Duck or Iguana Ranch or something like that. And basically, that would continue on. And I think in Carrie's mind, he wants this movie to succeed because he thinks that it's going to be sort of his legacy. And actually it is. The Healing Humanity movie is going to be Carrie's legacy. So if it bombs, it's not his fault. It's not our fault. It just bombed. These things, they can succeed, they can bomb. But the thing is, if you don't try, you'll never know. So like I'm saying, my warning is to people not to put their hopes in one thing. Don't bet everything on this movie. Please. The movie's great. If you want to donate to it, go ahead and donate to it. But don't make your whole life about it. And if the movie bombs, you're going to get discouraged. And then you're not going to be with the carnivore lifestyle and whatever. No, we don't want to do that. We want this. I want it to succeed. But what I'm saying is, don't focus all your efforts on a movie that may bomb. We need to help each other. We need to get contacts so that we have access to good food. We have people that we can trust. It's like here in Florida, I'm in Miami. I am basically alone in the carnivore world. There are no other carnivores within a couple of hours of me that I know of. We never have meetups. I am in a carnivore desert. But I know that just upstate, you have Peter, Papa Carnivore. You have John, the carnivore teacher. You have Mitch. And you have, sometimes Dr. Kilt comes to Florida. He's got another house here. You have Dante Ferrigno, which is a friend of Carrie. I think he's the one that inspired Carrie. You have all these people here in Florida. We're separated by a long state, but we are here. But the thing is, it doesn't really matter whether the movie succeeds in terms of the box office or it bombs in terms of the box office. The fact is this: no matter what happens to the movie, and I'm saying no matter what happens to it, it's still a success in our mind, isn't it? It's still a success. So that's what I'm trying to say. All right, let's hit more of these comments. On my channel, we do every comment. Nobody is more important than other. On a big channel, they're only going to say hi to a handful of people. In my channel, everybody gets their time. So Terry Sue says, Meathead, everything we purchase has taxes. That's correct. Unless you get it from the dump, then there are no taxes except the person that bought it. Internet is not life. People need to realize that. Yes, you are absolutely correct. And again, you want to check out our Meathead Monday night. I think it's at 8 o'clock. Hit the Carnivore Talk channel. That's the other Bob. Check him out. He's on there along with some other great carnivores. I don't think so. But he has more healing to do. Makes one. Yeah, that's right. Well, must be talking about Kip. That is very true. Okay. Yeah. He changed the name of his channel. That's right. Heard from a friend, a carnivore YouTuber last year that the doc would be out this summer. Okay. I don't think it's going to be out this summer, but the other one, the Dr. Barry one was promoting is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't criticize them either, Rick. I feel for them, and I actually learn from them. That's the whole idea. And look okay, Hollywood is worried. All settings will now be virtual. Well, that's true. That is a problem. These people in the entertainment industry may become obsolete. I've never seen you criticize anyone. And Sandy, you're here all the time. You are one of my most regular people. I see you over and over again. We frequent the same chats, and I never criticize anyone. Well, yeah, Milton, he's a little monster. I need to let the monster in. Rick is a consistently honest person. That is correct, see? Yeah, he does. Dr. Baker tried Bella's ice cream. He said he liked it, but wasn't going to make it part of his way of eating. Dr. Baker is definitely like me. He's a meat lover. I'm sure he could eat ice cream. I find ice cream kind of unpleasant, but I do like yogurt. So, and maybe if I was eating the unsweetened version of the ice cream, I'd probably enjoy it. Pretty much the way Dr. Baker eats is the way I would eat if I had a lot of money. Rick, I like the way you are. It's refreshing. Well, thank you, Kim Appreciates Life, and I love your kitty pictures. Love cats. I do tough love approach. Well, you know what? That works for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Jonathan's about to get spray tan. There you go. I guess he's getting ready for a competition. If you're not inspired by Jonathan, I don't know what's wrong with you. I've never done a spray tan. Maybe I wouldn't have melanoma. Yeah, right? I never understood. I guess they get tan so they can see the muscle better. I really don't, Personally, I'd rather be more untanned. I'm a little bit too tan for my taste because I don't use any, sunblock. And I work outside pretty much daily. So, okay. Yeah. Well, you can also do that with almost any Linux version now. Okay. Yep. Gotta go. Well, I'm glad you were here. All the best, definitely. And Jonathan is right, as he always is. Rick does not gossip. He shares his opinions based on his subjective experience. He hasn't gone behind anyone's back. That is exactly right. Ah, pork chops. Nice. And of course, Rick is still going, yes. Rick knows I'm difficult at times, and he will say it openly. It's okay to challenge as long as it comes from a good place. That is right. And Jonathan, I know the challenges that you are dealing with, so I am very tolerant. That's just the way that I am. When I learn about a person's limitations and what bothers them, I try to work around that. Hey, and there's Annabelle, Happy Carnivore, has dropped in. You missed all the interesting conversation. You might want to check some of that over there. It is quite funny. So, wow, look at all this. Okay, we're catching up. The word pragmatic may apply to Rick's possible position or prediction on the current subject. I think you are right, Brookie. I do believe that. And hello, yes. Any news from Jonathan? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, how can real Carrie have this much time? I don't think it's AI. I think so too. I haven't gotten any email from anybody, so I think it's probably some type of fake account. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, nothing yet. For your grandma, I'm competing tomorrow, so focused on that. Sold a couple of my new ebook, which is cool. Yeah, I saw that. The video talking about the ebook. Okay, we got some hellos over here. We'll skip through those. Peter, yes, he is hers. Okay. My mom would still be alive had I known about carnivore. My mom knew all about carnivore because she knew about me since 1983. I could never get her to try the carnivore diet, not even once. Even though my mom specifically wanted to die. Said, look, you want to die? I can give you a heart attack. Go on the heart attack diet. She hated steak. Didn't really even like eggs. Oh, well. Did you get my comment on the 2-year-old video of Professor K? I'm still aching from yesterday. I don't know. I didn't see that. Oh, okay. That's for Jonathan. All right. If the documentary helps one person, it's a win. Yes. It's not going to be like a movie with A-list stars. Right. That's the point I'm trying to make. This is not difficult. It's so simple to understand. That's it. I think it was maybe one of Carrie's art. That's what I said in the beginning. I don't know who it is. I don't think it was Carrie or Jen. Could have been one of the daughters. It could be somebody else. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Because unless the person identifies himself, or if Carrie himself speaks it out on his video, then it won't matter. But I just find it amazing that my little channel, unknown channel, I'm the outlier of the carnivore community, would get that much attention. So that's a good thing. Define success of the documentary versus lack of success. Well, success would be that they complete the documentary and that one person benefits from it, that would be success. But if you're thinking about in terms of worldwide reach, if you don't reach more than 10 million people, that would be considered a bomb in the movie industry. But if the Carnivore documentary helps one person save their life, then it was a success. The thing is, with the amount of time they put into editing and drama and all that, it just seems like it would have been better to throw something together in the beginning just to get people kind of familiar what's going on and then hit the big movie. But I know you have to do all this to try to get on some streaming service. And again, I don't use a streaming service. I am too busy to watch movies, I have to admit. I don't want to be entertained. I want to make things happen in the real world. Even though I'm sitting here doing nothing. Well, actually, I'm not doing nothing. I'm just talking to my online friends. But I could be doing something. Awesome workout. There we go. Young people tend to want to argue. Yes. I do too. I comment on Emma's channel many times. They don't comment back, but I do comment. Yeah. Right? Definitely not Carrie. Somewhat immature and insecure. Yes, that's what I believe. They are. 45. Or Carrie's having a bad day. That is possible. But if Carrie took the time to watch my video, I think he's having a better day. And again, if that really was you, Carrie, you've moved even higher in my list of carnivore good guys. I'll tell you right now, you have. Okay. Yes, I agree. Getting away from all that plant food is always a good thing. I'm not familiar with that product. He needs a minimum of 150K, yeah. He needs more than that. I think that 500K is more accurate. I do believe that. It's just crazy. Crazy. I would have rather seen, more money go into something more local, but that's okay. Really? 100K from Dr. You got to be kidding me. Wow. If Dr. Kiltz has put that much into the video, that is impressive. And I used to think that Dr. Kiltz was a used car salesman, but my opinion of him has gone from here to here. Now, he is a little extreme when it comes to some of the things that he says, but he's just relating his own life experience. So I'm not going to criticize that. So, but hey, that's what you call putting your money where your mouth is, right? Yum. Okay. How's cute Milton? Oh, I got to bring him in. I just want to catch up with the comments before he cuts me off. Milton is a house panther. Yep. I do think this is Carrie. Maybe email him yourself. Oh, I might. But I'll be working. I got to go and do carpentry. If I get a chance, I will. I'm sure that Carrie would say it on his channel. And that's fine. I got 2 of us. Half are probably dead. Well, put some videos. You'll get more. Even a loser like me can get over 3,000. There you go. That's it. Let's see. We are still, we're getting there. We're getting there. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you do. Over 100. There you go. I got over 100. That's good. You're getting there. Just keep at it. I subscribe to you. I subscribe too. Yeah, we all do. I don't think anyone doesn't like him. I mean, he's good the way he speaks. He's good looking. He's got an interesting family. He's got his homestead, his movie theater. We all like Carrie. I don't know one person that doesn't like Carrie. If you know somebody that doesn't like Carrie, please let me know. so I can have a conversation with this person and change their mind. Hit that like button. Yes, we're talking. Do it. Galveston County Mike, do it. Yes, I think we all like Carrie. Again, if anybody knows someone that doesn't like Carrie, other than a vegan, let me know. I'm a figment of my own imagination. Chores suck when you're low energy. Okay. Turbo mode on the internet. Always shorts and lives and such. Well, that's what you got to do to be successful on the internet. George and Jerry fighting in Seinfeld. That must be like the wrestling thing. I liked his channel before my stroke. I hope you do. I think we should all visit the Montello Theater at least once in our life. Yeah. Well, glad you were here. Hope you enjoy your sleep. I tuned into Bar K, yeah. Yeah, the information is good. Yes, it is. If you're not watching the Bar K channel, you should. Although if you get in late, he make you clean erasers. I think that's his thing. He calls it a duster. When I think of a duster, I think of a Plymouth duster, but that's just because I'm a Mopar man. All right. There we go. We got some conversations here. Let your freak. Okay, yeah, that's right. Your calm demeanor is so good. I'm not sure where it all fits in. Stay patient with your channel. Well, we watch it. I don't do horror movies anymore. All you got to do is drive in Miami traffic if you want a horror movie. Somebody's going to get run over. Encouraged by all my riblets. There you go. And us quackers, we're behind you too, you know. Yeah, Milton loves countertops. I'm going to let the monster in very, very soon. Yeah, Thomas is kind of like Peter, isn't he? Rick is a very majestic, kind soul. He has only shown honesty and integrity amongst... Well, thank you very much. I agree with that 100%. Iguana Nation movie. I agree with that very much, too. There's no question about that. Carnivore muscle. Yes, just look for carnivore muscle. There is only one carnivore muscle on YouTube. Arm wrestling and face slapping vids lately. He's obsessed. Okay. Is anyone in Central Texas, Central California? I'm looking for people to meet locally. Yeah, you and me both. Ain't nobody in Miami. Competition tomorrow. That's right. Texas would definitely have some. And you know, one thing in Texas I've always wondered, I think even King Ranch opened their own restaurant. That would be kind of interesting. Probably expensive, but interesting. Rick, it's like an indie movie. We're very popular in the actual carnivore. Well, it is. It's going to be popular in the carnivore community. I think all of us are going to see it, except for me because I don't have streaming services. And I know they're not going to send it to me. But most of us are going to see it. When the weather is good, we could just overrun a park. Yeah, that's true. Dr. Kiltz is the man. Well, again, I have to agree. I criticized him before, saying he reminds me of a used car salesman, but he's got my side. I do like him. A strange but good vibe. That sounds familiar. Dr. O'Mara. Yeah, again, I mentioned him earlier. Dr. O'Mara is like 60-something, gray hair, but man, he looks good. He's got a great physique because he's gotten rid of the visceral fat and a lot of the extra fat. What day does your birthday fall in June? Well, that's a secret, but I'll give you a hint. There is a very famous person that has the same birthday, and you can figure it out. I have no Redmond sea salt. My very word processing been down. Comfortable with Dr. Vasquez's accent. Yep. Well, he's from Puerto Rico, if I remember correctly. So he does have an interesting accent. My son is 44. He's a vegan. He weighs 200 pounds and is doing beach wrestling on Huntington Beach. He's all muscle and no fat. And you know, it would be interesting to see how these vegans do that. I guess they must be taking creatine or something else so that's one of those other things. Well, it looks like we were able to catch up with the comments. Now, the comments don't come in that fast, but when the carry bot came in, or Peter thinks it's a real carry, whatever it was, the comments started coming in hard and fast. Now, it is 12:26, and as you know, oh, it's so hot and sunny today. Oh, I hate this weather. I got to go, and I got to do carpentry, which means I got to go outside and sweat it out till probably 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. I'll probably be getting home by 11 o'clock, maybe in bed by midnight or after, and I don't know what to do. But anyway, yeah, Thomas tomorrow and Old Guy Carnivore, be there or be square. Don't miss it. Protein powders, that's possible. He tells me he's not using creatine and stuff. Some people seem to be able to do well on the vegan diet. I have no idea how they do it. I tried to go plant-based, and it just destroyed me. I don't know. But I guess when you're younger, that's okay. Poor Rick has to work on a Saturday. Yeah. I got to make money to survive. I pay a lot of money just in stupid property tax. Then you have all the other expenses. I probably spend $20 a day just on a stupid property tax. What a ripoff. Money down the toilet. I spend more money on property tax than I do groceries and utilities combined. Get her done and make us a video. I generally don't make videos with people I work with because I respect their privacy and I don't want them to be online if they don't want to be online. When I work by myself, then I do make videos. We'll see if I'm by myself. But the camera that I've been using tends to overheat. I've been using that GoPro that my friend JT had given me. And I don't know, it had some issues and the battery goes dead. I will if I can. Okay. Make us a vid. I hate property tax. It's the stupidest thing. It's a tax on unrealized gains. Plant-based destroyed my gut, and I became allergic to most plants. See, Rookie, I agree. How the vegans can do it, I don't know. But I guess some people are just genetically able to do that. And that's it. Rick, thank you. Was interesting. Glad you are real and honest. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I don't mind criticism, and again, if it was the real Carrie, I hope that you will contact me at a future time and you will probably include it in your video. If it is a bot, I thank you for giving me something to talk about and stimulating, one of my friends there to make a phone call and let me know that you were a bot. So again, that's it. God probably has, I'm sure he does, because God give everything to us for free. And then people have to go and make you pay money for something that is basically given for free, which I think is ridiculous. Anyway, so let's see. It's, greedy as humans. I think your governor is changing those laws. He wants to, but I don't think he will, because the system, the problem is if you eliminate property tax, that means that you now own your property. And they can't tolerate that. The United States is a place where it is illegal to own property. You cannot own any property. You have to rent it from the government. And if you want to do anything on that property, you have to get permission from the government. That's why they have building permits and zoning and all that stuff. The government owns all property in the U.S. If they got rid of the property tax, that would be one more step to basically owning your own. And they can't have that. The parasites that run the banking system, the parasites that run the health system, the parasites that are trying to keep us in debt and ill will not allow it. Because if, let's say, they got rid of property tax, let's say that they just said, well, we're only going to charge you for the services you receive. You have sales tax. Okay, we'll go with that. You have the income tax. Maybe we can get rid of that. I don't know. But you pay for garbage pickup. They already charge us a fee for garbage pickup. It's like $300 something a year or whatever. and then you're going to have maybe $50, $60 for your fire department or whatever. You just have all these things in there. They won't be able to get a bunch of debt and sell a bunch of bonds and use the property tax as a security for the bonds. They're going to have to cut back, and they won't be able to waste money anymore. So, and we already pay a water bill. The water's not included in the property tax. So they could get rid of it if they wanted to, but they won't, because they want you to know that the state and county own every property and you only pay for the right to use it. It's just like a software license. You may have the software in your computer, but you only pay for the right to use it, and they can take it away at any time they want. Okay, Terry Sue. Love you, Rick. Have a good day. Sorry you got to go to work. When someone needs you, it's a good thing. Well, I'm glad that you're here. We're the only species that pays money to live on Earth. That is correct. But unfortunately, a lot of the species on Earth have lost their homes to the greed of humans, turning it into developments and farms to grow vegetables. We pay for free stuff God gave us. That is correct. Overpay. I'm glad we have pays around us one in power, but we so way overcharge. That is right. And the thing is, if we had an honest system, we wouldn't have to go through all this. We are the only species that lives on Earth is a pretty deep thought. That's right. And this is the reason why my channel exists, because this is a place that you can go and challenge some of the false ideas and the false hopes that have been put your way. And before I decide to go, let me go and get my assistant. Now, let's see where he is. Give me a minute here. Oh, Milton, where are you? Milton. Milton. Come on. Okay. Hello, Milton. What you doing, huh? You're a good kitty. I like you. Okay, let's see what we have in the comments. Let's see. Okay. So how are you doing, Mr. Milton? You're a good kitty? Yes, you are. Oh, yeah. You are such a sweetheart. No wonder I love my cat so much. Look at that. He's so lovable. You've been waiting patiently out there. Now you can come in here. You're a sweet cat. All right, let's see. Maybe I should stop calling. Okay. I would have been 10 when I was born. Okay. I would have been 10 when I was gone. Please tell us Milton's fleas are now gone. I hope so. It doesn't seem to have a flea problem anymore. I know. I love cat kisses. So jealous. What's the matter, baby? Oh, yes, my kitty. This is the nicest cat I've had in a very long time. He's so cute. What I've noticed is that the black cats are the best cats. That's just my opinion. My very first cat was a black cat. He has one little white spot right here. See, one little white spot? Cute little thing. That's a white spot that he has. He's black everywhere else. He's so cute. You're a nice cat. Yes, you are. Okay. And hopefully you are now flea-free. Yes. After your bath, where I almost got torn apart with this vicious animal with the claws. So are you flea-free now? Yeah, you're safe to pet? So cute. Let me hold you up to the camera so everyone can see what a good cat you are. Oh my goodness, look at that. Okay. Come on. Let's go up to the camera. No. There we are. Okay. No. Okay. Here we go. Watch out. Oh, there we go. I do think he looks like a baby panther. He is a sweet cat. He loves to get up and sit on me, sit next to me. He's such a good cat. You're a nice pet. I love my little Milton. Okay, let's see. My dad would agree on the black cats. I've always had randoms. Wanted to pick a color this next time. My white cat was an e-ticket ride. Oh boy. White cats always seem to be the most vicious. I don't know why that is. Okay. What is going on here? There we go. All right. So, first, yeah, we branched out to other colors too. I'm partial to black kitties though. I've always had the best success with black cat. And Milton, he's what, 8-9 months old now. He's still got more growing to do, but he is pretty solid. And he is a very, very fast cat. What an amazing animal. And just something that my neighbor found running around in the street. And it was because of Bill Knott and his cat Daisy that I decided to take on another kitty, even though it is more work and it makes it difficult. If I ever have to go anywhere, someone has to take care of the cat. But since I don't really go anywhere, I think we'll be okay. Why are you scratching? I took all the fleas off of you. No, I hope you didn't get another flea. Ugh. Oh, well. Okay. Yeah? Well, excuse me. That's very true. All my friends call me Papa, actually. My nickname is Papa PT or Papa for short. Okay. Well, anyway, little buddy, you sure are a good kitty. You're my favorite cat. Yes, you are. I've always had black cats and orange cats are my favorite. But I think black cat is really, look at that, beautiful animal. One of the bad things, though, I got to get you fixed one of these days because you still got your little nuts there. So we're going to have to get you fixed. And I don't like going to a vet. So this will be the one time in your life that you go to vet. You're getting heavy, I'll tell you. You're putting on some mass. I don't like to get the cat fixed until he starts squirting up the house. And that's when he gets fixed. If he doesn't squirt up the house, I'll probably keep him intact because he's not going outside unsupervised. I don't want you going out there and mating with the other cats. I start seeing a bunch of black kittens around here. I know that Milton is a problem. We want to keep the cat population down. It's like, what was it, on The Price is Right? You used to have Bob Barker always say, get your pet spayed and neutered. Well, I tend to use a less appropriate term, castrated. Yeah, he's looking at me with those little eyes thinking, what do you mean castrated? You're going to take my nuts off? Yeah. Oh, look at you. Look at that pretty cat. Okay. All right, let's see. Oh. Papa is okay. Yes. Hello, Ellen. How are you? I remember when you used to be a regular on Mitch's channel. Hopefully things are going good for you. I guess you're pretty busy. Still keeping your business going. That's good. My daughter's in Miami. I went to FIU. She'd probably be happy to take. I went to FIU also. FIU's right down the street. You'd probably be happy to take care of Milton. There you go. She's seen his videos. Well, that's always a possibility. But where am I going to go? I mean, obviously the only place that I plan on going is to the Hack Your Health, and that's if at this point they don't block me from going in. They probably think, oh, that Rick is a quack. We don't want him here. He's just bad news. What's for lunch before you go off to work? Heart attack chicken. I got the lard ready. I'm going to fry up that chicken and start gobbling it up. I use Redmond's in my eggs, but I use Malden sea salt flakes. Okay. I didn't know you live in Boca. Well, that's where you're at, isn't it? Cat vasectomy rather than... Huh. That's interesting. Okay. I'm getting ready to make some New Yorks for breakfast. I guess you're talking New York strip steak? I'm going to go and season my meat, Rick. You better go to work. You have a client waiting. Yes, I do. And Peter says, Rick, I sent an email to Carrie to find out if it was him or an impersonator bot troll earlier in chat this morning. Well, let me know if you get a response from him. I'm sure it'll be a while before he can find the email with all the probably hundreds of emails he gets every day. I don't think many vets do that same thing for dogs. Okay. Make sure to watch Mitch tomorrow for sure. Well, you better watch Mitch tomorrow. I mean, seriously. What was the answer? Keep intact if you can. I'm starting to think you're right and that it was not really him, but I'll find out for sure and let you know. Well, that's good. Again, I take everything, as they say, even though I don't use it, I take it with a grain of salt. I am a skeptic by nature. I've had people tell me I'm stoic, but I consider myself to be a realist. Some people are optimists, some people are pessimists, but Rick is a realist. My life goes by, as our chat has said many times, #entropy, because I believe that in the end, everything is subject to entropy. Always disorder is the result of every random act. In order to get order, you have to put conscious effort and energy into it. You have to put more energy into it than the order you get out of it. That's the concept of entropy. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Hormone sparing neutering. Very hard to find who can do it. Problem is, I have zero money. You know, I mean, if Milton does not become a problem and doesn't urinate all over and cause issues, I'm going to keep his nuts on. But I know how cats are when they get older. They become really, like, aggressive. They want to get the females. You know, cute little Milton. Now, maybe Milton will be like me. He'll be, you know, not interested in the females, and he might be a nice kitty. Who knows? But I give him a chance. When they start to become a problem, I guess the nuts have to go. It's like raising cattle, you know. You don't want to raise bulls because the meat will be nasty. So you take the nuts off and you have steers. Okay. Hi, Ellen. Haven't heard back yet. Well, the real Carrie, it may take several hours because he's way too busy. That's why I doubt that would be the real Carrie. I think it would be sort of somebody else doing it, somebody impersonating him. I just can't imagine. He just doesn't have the time. I mean, the guy's busy like crazy. Look, I'm not even doing 1/100th of the things that he's doing. And I can barely keep up with emails, so, you know. Give it a few hours. I never knew who Cindy was until seeing... You don't know Cindy DeManchi? Come on. You didn't see her interview with Caleb? You know, I haven't seen Caleb on my channel, but if you're not familiar with Caleb, his channel's called Caleb's Carnivore Quest. And, you know, I guess you haven't seen him. He's the one that's thinks he can arm wrestle Dr. Sean Baker, which I'd love to see. See, I'm not going to arm wrestle him because my cat could beat me at arm wrestling. When your arms are this skinny, you're not going to be able to arm wrestle anything. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, Cindy, you check her out. She's done several interviews. Come on, we got to keep hitting these smaller channels. Thomas, right. Yes, Thomas is going to be on Mitch's live stream. And I'm going to enjoy this because Thomas is kind of, you know, laid back. But Mitch, he's a dynamic personality. I know the type, trust me. This is going to be very, very interesting, in my opinion. I'm like, I can't miss it. I can't miss it even though I have to work. I won't leave here till, I guess, maybe 9 or 10 o'clock. I'll try to catch some Wi-Fi and listen to it while I'm working. What did you do, Milton? Oh, my goodness. Well, he fell asleep. That's good. Okay, let's see. Mornings have been bad time for me. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. But you were there. Mention a comment that I'm not really a carnivore because I mentioned pickles are sour. What? She did make a comment that I'm not really a carnivore because I sometimes have some pickles or sauerkraut. Look, take it from Rick, the 41-year carnivore. If 70% or more of your diet is meat, you are a carnivore. Sauerkraut does not make you a non-carnivore. Anyone that tells you that doesn't understand the carnivore lifestyle. Seasonal fruit and vegetables are still carnivore if 70% or more of your diet is meat. That's the definition. I'm sticking to it. I hear the mail truck, but I don't see it. I guess in my yard you can't see the road anyway. Intact or hormone fixing, but I understand everyone can do that. Hards, they roam around. Well, see, my cat never roams outside. If he goes outside, it's with me. Okay, that's not true. Erin was on her channel. Yeah, that's right. She sometimes has pickles or an avocado, and she's been. See what I mean? OG 20-year carnivore legends. See what I mean? I've seen Dr. Lisa Wiederman. That's it. You got to remove his nuts. Well, they'll go when it becomes a problem. That's all you can do. It's okay, Rick. At least you aren't doing it too young. Yeah, I let them mature with their nuts. I give them a chance. I want to get the cat as muscular. Look at her, sweetie. He's so lean. You are not fat at all. He's going to have a big old head like a tomcat, but he's a good little kitten. He's a sweet kid. I love my kittens. She isn't even carnivore. She is keto. That's a good point. Is it bad for the cat's health to castrate the males? They say it is, but my other cat was castrated. He lived to 18. And Garfield was castrated. He lived to 21. So I don't know. Tiny piece of plant, even coffee or not, carnivore or keto. Well, it's all definitions. Who cares? 80% carnivore is carnivore. Yes. Well, if they have access to the female. Male cat would start pissing everywhere. Yeah, well, that's it. That's when the nuts come off. When they start playing that game, it's off to the vet for the nuts go, and that's it. Right. Not dung too. Yeah. I wait until it becomes a problem. When they got big old nuts, they come off. Hey, there's Bob. We were talking about you earlier. Well, that's it. That's why the nuts are coming off. Don't worry. Yeah. Would fleas be a carnivore? I don't know, but I seem to have gotten rid of the flea problem for now. But I do let him outside with me, so he may get it again. I think there are a lot of variables in the health of a cat, a dog, or a human. Well, we have caught up with the comments, and Mr. Milton is over here, and you can probably see. Let me switch the view. Where did my view go? There it is. All right, let me go here to Mr. Milton. You can see that Mr. Milton is almost asleep. He said, brr. And you're not scratching, so I guess the flea problem is over. And I will let you stay here in the room because you seem to be flea-free and you are sleeping so nicely. I'll even leave the air conditioner on for you. Yeah, you sweetheart. That means that I can eat without him bothering me because he'll put his paws into my food. All right, let's hit these comments and wrap this baby up. think a lot of variables in the health of cat. Your cat is a sinner. There we go. Haha, Milton is all nap adapted. And Ellen says, have a great day, all. And I say, have a great day. After a somewhat dramatic day, or actually what I'd say an entertaining day, we'll go ahead and we will close the live stream. And I, welcome everyone. Let's see. Let's do what our friend Mitch does, and we'll play some music. So when you go your way out, then you can have it. Now, where did my music go? It's here someplace. I'll find it sooner or later. I seem to have lost it. That is so strange. Oh well. Here's one. All right. Well, Milton tried to bite me, so I guess he wants to go outside. And I hope everybody has a great day, and I will catch you, well, next week, unless somebody invites me on their channel. I don't have any scheduled, so if for some reason you see me pop up, then you know that somebody invited me on their channel. I seriously doubt they're going to invite me any of the big channels, but then again, who knows? Anything's possible. So y'all have a nice day, and I'll catch you next time.